Thank you. Yeah. Well, good afternoon, councillors. Good afternoon, members of our staff, and good afternoon to our viewers viewing in on live stream. Take this opportunity, as we always do, to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we gather, and they've been managing land and sea for thousands of years on our behalf, and wanted to acknowledge their elders past, present and emerging, and acknowledge all First Nations and Indigenous cultures within Livingstone Shire Council. We're going to go to Councillor Eastwood for today's prayer, councillors. He's graciously offered to do that in the absence of our normal ministerial presence. Thank you, Councillor Eastwood.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Right to us, the child is born, and to us the son is given. And the government shall rest upon his shoulders, and his name shall be called Wonderful Counsellor, Prince of Peace, Almighty God. Father, we just thank you that we are that government, part of that government. We do rest upon the shoulders, and we just pray that we have wisdom today as we contemplate the many issues that face us as a local council. Help us all to be wise and to be able to help Jesus.
Amen. Thank you, Councillor Eastwood.
I didn't have it on.
We have a full attendance today, councillors, and with your indulgence, I'm going to pass a motion to suspend standing orders because I have another presentation to make. This one is official and wanted to do it as part of the council meeting. So I'm going to move a motion to suspend standing orders, and can I get support for that, please? Thank you very much. Councillors, amongst us, one of our colleagues is generally very reluctant to attend Local Government Association of Queensland conferences, and on that basis the LGAQ has asked me to, or sent Council a recognition of extensive service to local government in Queensland. She would have received that had she attended the conference, but her choice, as always, is to remain and serve within the community. I speak, of course, of Councillor Glenda Mather. Councillor Mather has clocked up 30 years service in local government, and that is a significant milestone, councillors. I think there's no doubting, I beg your pardon, Councillor Mather's commitment to this shire, her passion for it, and her passion for the battler. And she, I think, aligns herself with those people very, very strongly. And for that, I think we all can, from that, we can all learn something. So, Councillor Mather, it is my honour and privilege to be able to present you with the LGAQ 30-year certificate. And I know you're probably embarrassed, and I didn't wish you to be, but the LGAQ figured this was probably the only way we could actually get you to actually receive it in some sort of official capacity. So, if I can just maybe get you to come up and accept the certificate, Councillor Mather. Please. 32 years. Councillor Mather, would you like to say a few words?
The best is yet to come, man.
Would you like to say a few words, Councillor Mather?
Not particularly, Mayor, thank you. This is not about a person, this is about a team. This is about having the same vision to take us where we need to go for the people that we represent. And that's all I have to say about that, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. And again, our sincere congratulations.
You may not like me tomorrow.
You might not like me today. So resume standing orders. Councillors, all in favour? Thank you very much. We have no leave of absences or apologies, Mr CEO. Confirmation of minutes of the previous meeting from the 21st of November. Having had an opportunity to review those, can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Swadling. All in...
Correction on a couple of matters, Mr Mayor, thank you. There was one there that...
You need your lights on, Councillor.
There was one there that had me not voting at all. I mean, I don't need to argue with the secretary, but it showed that I didn't vote at all, abstained. And I've never abstained from anything in my life. If I did, well, I apologise because I wasn't aware of that, but I've never abstained from a responsibility yet. Yeah. The other one too, 11.2, page 103, talking about sole suppliers, specialised undertaking of services. It says Shave and Brett, and I think that might be a typo. It might mean Shane.
No, Shave is his surname. The gentleman's name is Michael Shave. Yep.
That's okay.
Mhm.
That's all.
Thank you. All right. Any other corrections, councillors? All right, so we've got a mover, Councillor Friend, second Councillor Swadling. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Any declarations of interest in matters on the agenda? Councillors haven't received anything through the CEO's office. Okay. No deputations. Item 7, business arising or outstanding from previous meetings. So again, councillors, we might approach this on an exception basis, noting that the list is gradually reducing. My microphone is dropping out.
Mr Mayor, a number of those items are on the agenda today, so there's no sense in going over it twice.
Mr Mayor, I have, through you, I have some, but my microphone was dropping out also, but I'll see how it goes. On number 1, the local law review, just wanting to know whether it's going to be coming back to the January 24th in 24 meeting. Do we have any further updates as to when this may to public consultation?
Yeah, too. Yeah. Mr. CEO.
I have to take the question on notice, Mr Mayor. We don't have a definitive date that I'm aware of, but we can certainly get councillors notified of the most likely time for that to be back in front of you formally.
Thank you, Mr CEO. And Mr Mayor, on numbers 3 and 4, those petitions in relation to the telecommunications, when will this be noted as completed, as council is not receiving any traction on advocating for the petitioners? Do we have any further information in relation to that?
Mr Mayor, as you can see from the commentary, we've made every effort. It was a specific choice of the council to want to hear from, have a deputation to explore these matters a little further. That wasn't something that officers were recommending, but conscious that that councillors have made that request, we want to exhaust all possibilities. We haven't been able to do that directly with the federal department, so we've approached the federal member, but we may well be coming back to you to say there's simply not people who want to engage with the council on that topic.
And just one last one on number 18. Its engagements prepared and scheduled to occur on in January next year. When will this actual engagement commence? Is it mid-January? Is it late January? Do we have a date for that? I have been asked.
Again, Mr Mayor, we can get a specific date for you. Councillor Friend will share that with all.
Thank you.
why should the people be maintaining it when we've punished it all these years, Mr Mayor? And we're asking the people to pay for it. They've paid for their rates. Now we're asking them to pay for the road that we've damaged.
My understanding, Councillor Mayor, was that we are going to put it, or recommendation, we're going to put it on our maintenance schedule and we will get it after.
We need it recognised as a road, Mr Mayor.
I think that's the status as a rural road as part of that recommendation.
Yes.
Can I go to Jeff? Can I go to you?
We have a we have a policy for open and unconstructed roads that rely on the road leading to a lot with a habitable dwelling. It normally involves the applicant coming to us and asking, will we open the road, which does require them to do some works on it if required. Okay. In this particular case, they've never approached us, even though there's been, I think, 5 or 6 years of requests along these lines. We have used it as a gravel track or a track to our gravel pit, but not for 10 years. We've recently stored some material in it. The house on the end lot is not an approved dwelling, but compliance have been to that owner, and they are working to get it to a legal habitable dwelling. Should that be the case and they apply, there's probably very minimal work to be done, and we would take it over, yeah. Possibly the gravel component is 10% at the moment. There may be a thought of saying you supply the 10% gravel, and when we maintain it, we'll put that 10% gravel down and we'll maintain it forever a day.
Thank you. Councillor Eastwood?
Mr Mayor, I just wondered if I could ask a question of the officer.
Please.
Jeff, one of the concerns that the residents had was the actually entry onto the main road and the dangers in relation to turning off and turning into Zambia Road. What can be done, or can anything be done, and would that be included in the maintenance schedule?
At the moment, we see it as a driveway, not as a maintained road. So the entrance would probably fit as a driveway. Should it become a road, I don't think there's that much work required, but they may have to fund that slight amount of work at the entrance off Artillery Road.
Fair enough.
If I could, through you, Mr.
Councillor
Chair,
Bello.
just briefly to add to that, maybe if the motion could include a investigation of that intersection there or that turn in there, because that was probably the highest concern there, of the safety of actually pulling up, waiting to turn into that road. There's no shoulder to go onto, cars coming up over Artillery Road doing 100, 110, and they're feeling very vulnerable there. So that was probably the takeout that I took from that on-site inspection there.
Yeah, I did check the site distance, and the site distance is well in excess of what's required to turn off a road. Yeah, so there's quite a lot of site distance either way.
Okay, so you're satisfied in its current format without...
Yeah, considering it's accessing one property as a driveway or a road, I believe it's right. I probably haven't gone out there to look at it specifically on ground. I've looked at the road photos that show there's plenty of site distance, and I've looked at the road itself, so I could go out and look at it again. But that would all be part of the people asked for it to come on the road register under the opening of the unconstructed road policy. That would be part of the process to look. It may just mean $500 or $600 or $1,000 worth of widening, which we could do when we're doing the reseeding, which would all be added up a couple of $1,000 or something like that.
It's more on Artillery Road itself, not
No, I know
signing
what
up.
you mean. Yeah, it could be part of that.
Create some sort of a shoulder.
Well, there's an unsealed shoulder there. We'd have to look to see. But typically there are other driveways and that along that road that are in same condition. Yeah.
Councillor Friend, you have
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have a couple of questions. Is there currently a sign as you approach the crest before Zambia Hills Road? Is there currently a sign that says concealed driveway? I can't recall seeing one.
No, I can't recall seeing one. Yeah.
Should that be of priority to begin with?
I'd have to look at the warrants for those signage. My notion of them typically is on winding roads. I'm not quite sure about on crest and that. I'd have to look at the warrants in the MUTCD for that sort of signage.
Sure. I did have a couple of questions in relation to the report. So changing this to a rural road status, that would mean from the report that the initial cost of it was $65,000 and then $7,500 every 2 years. Is that right?
That was a worst case scenario. Should the people expect a fully gravelled road? Under our current status with 10% gravel, the cost of, say, 130 metres of gravel would be put in probably the worst location where maybe most of the rocks protrude. You're not looking at a hell of a lot there. I think about $3,000 or $4,000.
Sure.
And I said a few $1,000s maybe at the intersection to improve that a little bit. But that is, if it's servicing one house or two houses, it's no different to any other driveway along that road who don't have any widening beside the road or anything like that. There's plenty of sight distance I've seen from the road run photos. I could go out on site and have a look at the culvert, how wide that is, and see VB. Once you start widening the culvert in that, you are looking at some more costs. But the $65,000, $70,000 was ultimate fully gravelled, which is not the case. The issue here is that we have 1,500 kilometres of maintained roads, and we have about 1,500 kilometre road reserve where we don't maintain any asset. The next query, the next request could come from someone wanting a road to their cattle shed, 5 kilometres down a road reserve where we don't maintain a road. Would we provide that? The policy acknowledges that we'll provide a road to a house with a habitable dwelling. The owner is working with building compliance to get a habitable dwelling. Once that's done and they come and see us, I can't see a huge problem with that work happening. It may be a small cost to the landowner to upgrade it initially. When we finish doing what we're doing on that road with the current works on Toohey Road, we will clean it up when we leave. We'll clean up as their driveway. But should they want continual maintenance of it as a road, if they follow the policy, I can't see it being a huge problem once their house is an approved dwelling, which they're working with council to do.
Sure. Just one other thing in relation to the asset depreciation expenses of $5,000 a year. Could you explain that to me?
That's based on the value of the road, Michael, and maybe useful life. Yeah, useful life of the road and the cost to maintain or to replace over time. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor,
Mr Mayor, can I just correct a couple of things, please?
we're not in debate yet, Councillor, so if there's a question, that's fine. Otherwise, I'll ask you to move and I'll get a seconder and we can go into debate. And it can either...
Well, Mr Mayor, the CEO just asked me which motion did I want to put up. Is it the one I've just read out, or was it the one that's in the agenda? I'm happy to go with the one that's in the agenda, when everybody's read that one. It means the same thing.
Yep, all right.
It means that we maintain and we take it over as a rural road.
So you're moving, Councillor Mather?
Yes, Mr Mayor.
All right, move to second, Mr.
Second, all right.
Thank you.
So debate is now live. Councillor Mather, the floor is yours.
Mr Mayor, just something that the officer said. He said that the road is only servicing one property. It's not true. There are at least 4 properties that come onto that track at the moment. They all pay rates, and we just don't maintain a road if there's only one livable dwelling, lawful dwelling there. Yes, one is becoming compliant, and there are 2 other properties at least who tend to their cattle or their stock or whatever, who pay rates. They deserve to have a maintenance at some stage, like Brett Road, like a number of other roads in the north, who are still waiting for maintenance to happen. Just because there's no house there doesn't mean to say they don't get service with the rates they pay. That's my point I want to make. They deserve maintenance when necessary. We're not asking people to go back and back and back. If it's done properly, it needs to be done once, probably every 2 years. We've got to get that into our head. I see it all the time, and I see people asking for maintenance just because they haven't got a house there. They miss out. They stand in line and they wait a long time, and that's not good enough. This is a road, Mr Mayor, that has been used by our council to extract from over years and take that material elsewhere to build other roads. We've got the gap there in the hillside to prove it. And when we go to do a development up the road, a good development that will be, an improvement to Artillery Road, that spoil was taken to Zomia Hills Road to actually put it back on the road. And the trucks were going backwards and forwards. I've taken photos of them. I've sent the photos in. I can prove it to you. Not once, not only during that exercise, did anybody come in and say, look, we're just going to tidy it up for you because our trucks are making a mess of it. Sure, the rocks are sticking out through the gravel. If they only had to go out once a week, then they might get away with it. But if you're in a wheelchair like one of the residents were, they have to go over this road. Think what it does to the spine. Think what it does to the tyres if you're doing it twice a day, if you're going to work. And these people do go to work. They pay their taxes, they pay their rates, and they expect something back. Just consideration. We're not asking for anything out of the ordinary. We're saying that this road has had a hammering. We've used it, abused it, and now we're saying, you fix it and we'll come back and do something with it. No. They've put up with enough, Mr. Mayor. They've even been doing little bits themselves to get them out of trouble. But I don't believe that we should be treating them this way. We just need to recognise their contribution to our Shire and that they're doing their bit to make it serviceable and safe. When the question was in relation to Artillery Road, yes, Councillor Bello, it's close to a hill. It may be deemed safe, but I know I've done that road. I do that road at least twice a day. And I know they hoot along there and you can't stop them if you're trying to get off the road. That's another matter. It needs a design. It needs consideration. But it just won't happen with the maintenance. But it's easily fixed to make it safer. So, Mr. Mayor, I'm just asking the councillors to consider this one because it's time that we started looking at our processes, not just Amy Hills Road, our processes. Is that the way we treat people? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor May. I think you're correct. There's probably a more deep-seated issue here, and that's a review of the policy might need to come to the table. Have a look at that again, just to make sure that everyone's happy with that. Anyone speaking against this motion?
Mr. Mayor, through you, I have a question.
Question,
In
Councillor?
relation to waste collection along this road. Are they a declarable area? Do they have waste collection?
Because it's on a route between declarable areas, that's how they have waste collection. So their current addresses, I think the one property with the shed on it, the people living in is 384 Artillery Road. It's not addressed as Amy Hill Road. So if it becomes Amy Hill Road and their address becomes 131 Jamie Hills Road, they would lose their waste collection unless they decide to make, I think there's something called a community collection point or something where they can bring their bins down to the route between declarable waste collection areas and it would be picked up from there. So similar to where they put it now. Yeah, but it's not, the area's not declared, but because it the route between two areas, they are routinely picked up. So further down Artillery Road is Millers Road on the left, no waste collection from there. Sandringham Road on the right, no waste collection from there. But if residents, I'm not quite sure the exact terminology, but if they form a little area and bring it to Artillery Road, the intersection of their road and Artillery Road, it would be picked up.
So you're saying that if this becomes a rural road within our system, not only is it maintained every 2 years, but they will either keep their waste collection or lose their waste collection?
It's maintained based on conditions. So it may be 2 years, it may be less if there's adverse weather, it may be more if the weather factor is good. Class 10 roads can last up to 32 months, so closer to 3 years. It's not a time basis, it's a condition basis, as with all our unsealed roads. They would not lose their collection providing they took the bins down to Artillery Road. They could not leave it outside their gate at the end of Jamie Hill Road. The truck doesn't turn off Artillery Road. It will pick up bins that are on Artillery Road. I'd have to talk to Waste exactly, but they mention a terminology for like a community pickup spot or something they call it.
Sure,
So,
and that's currently happening.
Yeah, that does happen now. In the case of this particular one, their address is 384 Artillery Road. So officially, as far as waste concerned, if they put it on Hattori Road, they're picking up on a route between collection areas, yeah, but not going off that route to pick up, which they don't do.
Thank you.
Anyone speaking against? Anyone else like to speak for? Councillor Eastwood?
Yes, Mr Mayor, I would like to speak for this one. Look, we all attended out there, the number of residents that were there, and some didn't live up that road, some did, some other had siblings, or not siblings, but children that were building places along that road. Look, the road itself, I didn't have too many problems with. It does need some work, but I am so concerned with that entranceway, and I think that if we can get this started, it's going to make some beginning to getting something to do with that entranceway. I myself wouldn't want to be driving in there. I don't want to have it on my conscience that members of the public are going in and out of that road day in and day out, and we know that for each family there's some ridiculous amount of travel routes that people do. Like is it something like 20 per household or something? I remember it coming up, and I remember being astounded. But that's what we actually go off. Something that's whether it's 20 or 10 or
In urban areas, it tends to be 10,
10.
Michael, and in 6 in rural areas.
yeah. So you're looking at quite a few ins and outs from a family, and I just think as a council that we need to do what we can to make these things safe. There's some horrible rises when you try to pull into that place. You can't see vehicles coming. Vehicles are driving along there. Not everybody's obeying the speed limit, and I'd hate to see somebody wiped out. And so I'm going to vote for this one, and I hope that my councillors will follow me in suit. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Anyone else speaking against? Nope. Others for? Councillor Friend?
Just another question, Mr Mayor, in relation, going back to that concealed road signage. Is that a promise from yourself, Jeff, that you will look into that concealed road driveway signage?
I'd have to check warrants,
Yeah, okay, because I have seen it on crests of
yeah, okay,
roads.
no, that's fine. Yeah, I'm just not quite sure of the exact warrants for that sort of signage, so I'll have to look into it, yeah.
Sure. Well, Mr Mayor, I will speak for this today. I've given it a great amount of thought. I've travelled the road myself, and I believe that if we can maintain, especially that entrance, along with looking into that signage, and they will not lose their waste collection at all, then for me that seems to be a win-win.
Right. Thank you, Councillor Friend.
Look, if that was to become a road, the concealed driveway signage is at a mute point. That would be an intersection signage.
Yeah. All right. Before I make any comment, does anyone else wish to speak to this motion?
Just to sum up when you're ready, Mr Mayor, please.
Anyone else? All right. I find myself supporting this today too, councillors. Having been on that road, it's not too bad. And I think just for some regular maintenance, it would remain in a fairly good standard. I think the issue of the intersection is a real one. I'm not concerned about the waste, Councillor Friend, because already contacted the waste department, and it looks like it's doable to have a muster point just inside the turn-off. So we're hoping that's going to become a reality. All right, Councillor Mather, you want to wrap up?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Very quickly. You covered the collection point. At the moment, I think that entrance will be addressed. I know it will be addressed, but it needs a design because of its location. And I don't believe that the waste collection will be affected, because when we went to meet with these people on site, that was one of the concerns they had, because the little collection point was on the highway, was on Artillery Road itself. And that was the big worry, because the truck, the garbage truck, had to pull up there, and there's no place for it to pull up. And that really alerted them to the dangers attached, not only for the people, the rubbish bins, but also the truck driver. So everybody's affected there. I'd have to say that, thank you members for your consideration here today. I know this road has not had any gravel put on it unless it's by the owner, down the far end, for over 20 years. 20 years of rates, and I think they deserve something back. It's better than some of our other roads in the Shire, so it doesn't take too much to get it up to spec. And I think they would be very grateful, and they'll do what they can to help us in the future. They're very accommodating people, but I think it's time that we considered their position as well, because we haven't really been fair to them over these years, because not 1 ounce of gravel has been on that road over 20 years, and I know that for a fact. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. All right, debate's now closed. I'll go to the vote. I'm going to move it. Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. All right, councillors, I'm going to move another procedural motion that we move to 11.4, which is the 40 Farnborough Road development. I think that's what most of the gallery is here to listen to. And if we get that done now, that will free the good folk to go on about their day.
Oh, I thought I was just here, just having fun.
Just to see you, Councillor Mather.
That's right.
Got to be cut short.
All right, so Mr CEO, we might go to 11.4. Greg, welcome to the table.
Agreed.
Oh, sorry, can I get a, I'll move that. All in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. Greg, the floor is yours.
I'll sort it out.
Sure.
Battery might run out. Good afternoon, councillors. This application for 40 Farnborough Road has come back to the table for consideration and hopefully determination. Here's a copy of here's a location of the subject site at 40 Farnborough Road, with beachside caravan park just sitting in here. The original proposal consisted of 7 floors with a green roof on top, and then we received a secondary proposal which reduced the overall height by something like 1.4 metres by reducing the individual floor heights and removing the green roof. Oops. So the key changes to the proposal here. So the key changes to the proposal that we now have with us is all the engineering considerations remain the same. So in terms of access, the geotechnical, the stormwater, the sewer and the water. The building height has been lowered by, or reduced in height by 3 metres from 7 floors to 6 floors. Okay, and there's been a reduction in the units from 23 to 21. The building articulation, when you look at it, remains primarily the same, and the green roof is retained. So here's just a couple little charts that show the original proposal to the proposal now. So 23 units, 2 basement levels, 7 levels of dwelling units. The building height was at 39.2 AHD, with the highest contour on the site, excuse me, being 27.53. That means the height above that highest contour was 11.67 metres. The revised design that's come back is now 21 units. It still retains 2 basement levels. There's 6 levels instead of 7 levels. The building height is reduced down to 36 metres AHD, and the higher site contour again remains the same, obviously, at 27.53. So the total height above that contour is 8.47 metres. So in effect, a reduction of 3 metres from the original proposal. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Question, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Mather was first,
Right.
Councillor Eastwood.
Mr Mayor, could I call for suspension of standing orders, please, because this is rather a complex development,
All right.
and I think there are some questions certainly I'd like answered, and I think if everybody can say they understand exactly what these codes mean, they're better than me.
Right, so you're moving, Councillor Farnborough?
Yes, Mr Mayor, thank
All
you.
in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. Councillor Eastwood?
Oh yes, Mr Mayor, just agree. Now, last time we met, we spoke about the roof height for the green roof, Yes. And somebody mentioned it was Danny DeVito size, which was 1.4 metres. Now, from what I've understood now, it's Jack Russell size, 300 millimetres. Is that right?
400 mil.
400.
The green roof is 400.
So what's happened to the green roof? I guess
The green
what
roof
have
is
they done?
retained in this. They've actually effectively removed the floor.
Is
So,
it?
so the previous proposal was 7 floors.
Yeah.
This proposal is 6 floors, retaining the green roof.
Well, I thought the green roof originally was 1.4 metres.
No.
So it was only 400 to start with.
Yes. So the original proposal was 7 floors with
Yeah.
the green roof on top. Okay. The proposal then came back was the removal of the. Proposal then came back was the keeping of the green roof and then reducing each individual floor height and some reduction in some louvers or windows at the top of the structure, which reduced the overall height by 1.4 metres.
Okay, that's what,
Yeah.
what brought it down to 1.4.
So yes, that's correct. So in this instance, they're taking it to achieve the 3 metres. Okay, they're actually taking the floor out.
Taking the floor out. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, councillors?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. This is a broad question. With what we left at the last meeting, and I know the officer has briefly gone through the changes that have taken place, can you please, Greg, explain what those changes mean? Because when you're talking about codes and AO2s and .2s, and I'm sure not a lot of people, unless they've got the legislation at their disposal, would know what that means. So can you, I know it's going to take a little bit of time, but for everybody's understanding, certainly mine too, that we're clear what we had and what we've got, whether there has been any difference and what that difference would mean.
Through the chair. So in terms of the building look and feel, will still be primarily the same. So when you stand on Farnborough Road, it'll look pretty much the same, bar a level. Rather than being 7, it'll be 6 levels. All the engineering considerations in terms of stormwater, geotechnical, sewer, water, car parking, all those things remain the same. They don't change. The only thing that changes is the overall height of the structure and the number of floors.
So the setbacks remain the same.
So
The setbacks remain the same.
everything else remains the same. Yes.
So there's no relaxation of those setbacks. Okay, and the geotech, there's been no geotech studies done.
No, that's been provided in a condition in proposed approvals.
What does AO 1.1 mean and 7C? Because it's non-compliant.
Okay. Yep. So what that means is the overall height of the structure still exceeds the highest contour on the back of the property, which is that 27.
8.47.
Which is that 27.53.
So that only relates to the height of the building. Okay. It's outside of the planning scheme. It's outside of the planning scheme. That's non-compliant with the planning scheme. And that's one of the concerns that people had, was that when the code that's on the Farnborough Road, they have to comply with all of the requirements under the scheme to be approved. And this development is probably out of kilt in a number of areas, and yet they feel threatened by the mere size of it and the location of it. They feel very vulnerable, and I think everybody can appreciate just those feelings, and that's why we've been asked through all of the submissions to be very vigilant as to what any changes are made, and how they're going to affect people. So we recognise that it's outside of the planning scheme. The setback are non-compliant as well, AO 2.2.
Is there a question, Councillor Mayor?
Yeah, I'm just trying to see what changes are made, and it seems that there's not a lot has changed except the height.
Right.
And it's not all about height. That's what we need to look at. It's not about height, it's stability. It's the threat of other people. If we're going to have those 2 bottom layers, bottom floors, embedded into the the hillside over the water feature, which is substantial when it rains, then, and we don't have any geotech studies to tell us whether it's going to be safe or not, because from what I understand, Mr. Mann, you can confirm, somebody might be able to confirm this, whether that overlay is slip in that whole area. Because in the report, it said it's not. But in other studies, it says it is. So can anybody clarify that?
We'll go to the officer on that
Does
one.
it, is there an overlay that says this area is subject to slip?
So,
That's my concern, that big one.
through the chair, in 2008, in a separate gully system, so not this gully system, there was in fact a slip after a heavy rainfall event that was attributed to some stormwater ingress into the ground. In this particular instance, for this site, the preliminary geotechnical investigation has indicated that it's weathered rock, not the clay that you're talking about.
Councillor Watson.
Go on.
No, you finished.
No, I'll come back to it.
It sort of relates. Oh, mine's on anyway. Can you explain? Sorry, through the chair to Greg. Can you explain how the soil tests haven't been done before approval? Before the approval's been made? I've got two questions, but that's my first one.
Certainly, through the chair. There was a request to undertake a preliminary site geotechnical investigation to give a degree of confidence that it could or couldn't work. Okay. The acting coordinator of DL engineering, who then reviewed that particular report, does have quite extensive experience in geotechnical matters and was satisfied that it could be conditioned appropriately.
Yeah, because my other question is, when the soil testing is done, the engineer has to sign off on it. If they can't sign off on it because of the slippery back or the rock or what it happens to be, then effectively you can't build the building. Is that correct?
It really depends on what if an engineer couldn't sign off it in its current form, but potentially that is the case. But the risk is borne by the developer because they have the benefit of the approval.
So you're saying that even if the engineer can't sign off on it, the building can be built?
No, I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is the risk of the building not being built as a result of that is borne by the developer, not by council or anyone else.
No, I didn't mean by council, I meant by the developer. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you, thanks, Greg. The bioretention basin system, could you explain that? This is the third time this has come back to our table, and there is a tremendous amount of stormwater runoff that runs down through that gully. With the bioretention basin, how much can it hold? What can be done with that?
So the purpose of the bioretention basin is the state planning policy talks about water quality for any sites that are over 2,500 square metres. This site is over 2,500 square metres, so it's required to meet the state planning policy requirements. This is probably a slightly different site to most other sites in the stormwater system that goes across Farnborough Road underneath has been designed and caters for the Q100 or the 1% AEP, and as a result of that we're able to take the full flow and put it into that system. Just getting back to the bioretention basin, the bioretention basin is there primarily to take out stormwater pollutants that could enter the system and then eventually go out into the sea. So oils from car parks is a good example of that.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Mather.
AO 7.2, Greg. What's that? AO 7.2?
What page are you reading from, councillor?
Sorry?
What page are you reading from?
I'm reading from a submission, actually.
Oh, right. Yep.
It's a concern from one of the submitters. I'm just asking what that is because there's non-compliance with that. Because if we've not made any changes apart from the height, I'm just looking at the impacts from any of these non-compliances.
Just give me a minute while I find it for you.
Acceptable outcome, AO 7.2 of the General Development Code given a traffic impact assessment report has not been undertaken. That
It's on-
might give you a bit of a hint.
Greg, it's on page 99 and number 7.
Okay, thank you.
Number 6. Sorry.
99.
Number 5.
Okay. Yes, that relates to a traffic impact assessment for the subject site. The road that it feeds into is classified as an urban subarterial, so can take roughly 10,000 vehicles a day. And it was considered by the development engineer at the time that a traffic impact assessment would not need to be undertaken because the traffic volumes on that road are vastly under that number at this point in time. So there's not considered to be any additional loading on that road.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to part of our report, Council's report, on page 192. All development it's called. Performance outcomes, PO2. That the development maintains the safety of people and property on the site and neighbouring sites from landslides, and B, ensures acceptable risk during all phases of construction and use. That's a performance outcome. Note this includes consideration of landslide activity originating from sloping land above the development site, and the safe, and there was nothing else to follow through. So this.
Underneath location of vehicle access.
Okay. Now the acceptable outcome, a site-specific slope stability assessment report that has been certified by a registered professional engineer of Queensland demonstrates to the assessment manager that A, the site is not subject to landslide hazards, or the development does not increase risks to the safety of people and property on the site and neighbouring sites from, that's bits missing too. Next page. Now the assessment response condition to comply. A preliminary landslide risk assessment has been prepared initially as part of this development. Application process with the intent for more invasive geotechnical investigations to be undertaken during future stages. The development will be required to undertake a detailed geotechnical investigation and analysis as part of require operational works for earthworks. And that means that we won't, once, if it's approved, that these geotech studies will take place or may take place down the track. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct, yes. So that geotechnical report would have to form the base, would form part of any operational works application for earthworks and vegetation clearing.
And this is where the neighbouring properties have concerns, and I share those concerns because it's a beautiful structure, and you know you've got to give credibility to the people that come up with these lovely ideas and where they want to put them. But because they have chosen a very vulnerable site which has the potential to cause harm to neighbouring properties if it's not done correctly and responsibly. And this is the unknown factor we're looking at. Because we've got an oversized structure over a waterway that has the potential to be quite substantial. And we know what water does, it'll eat its way through anything.
Councillor Mather, sorry to interrupt you. Is there a question here as well?
Yep, to cause problems to building foundations, without the geotech support, without any geotech studies. We're kind of going blindly into this, hoping that nothing will affect the neighbouring properties, Mr Mayor.
Yeah.
And that's
All
my
I'm hearing
concern.
is a statement at the moment, Councillor, not a question.
I'm sorry, but it does roll into
Well, yeah,
another
we'll go.
question.
You can have
Yep.
your opportunity during debate, Councillor.
Yep, thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll let somebody else speak now.
All right. Councillor Bell,
Yeah.
a question?
Yes, a question. I'll try and condense it as quickly as I can. previously I'd certainly had concerns about the height. That was primarily my concerns. That was probably reflected in the strategic planners report as well, that talked about height being a major concern. I was encouraged to see the floor return to the table with the floor removed. I am a little bit perplexed though, and trying to understand. I'm wondering whether we could get up on the screen an actual elevation of the height of the building in its current form as it's proposed in this report.
Probably have to zoom in a bit. Look at those numbers.
Maybe one that shows the green vegetation around it, which would be, say, page of that red door, page 164 perhaps, or... and it was encouraging that we got better imaging throughout the process of this application to try and understand how the building actually impacted in that footprint. So that was good to see. Where I'm really curious is, previously, I think it was the last meeting, we had a reduction of 1.4 metres. I understood was a proposal put to us to reconsider, and that included a reduction of the green roof, and the slab heights had been reduced by 100 mil or something to try and bring it down. At that point, still wasn't enough for me, but then we came back to this one, and it seems like a floor has been added, but that 1.4 metres is not necessarily reflected in the total reduction if the green space is approximately 400 mil. So is it fair to say that there's still a metre there floating out there somewhere that has been added on? Is that because the floor heights have been...
No.
Or is it just purely you've taken a floor off?
Through the chair, yes, they've taken a floor off. So previously it was 7 stories, it's now 6.
With the green roof added on though, again?
With the green roof retained on the...
Yep. But previously the green roof was removed to try and reduce some height, and it totalled 1.4 metres.
So previously there was a reduction in the overall height of each of the floor, the 7 floors, and there was also a reduction in the height of some louvers or windows towards the top of the structure, and that made the 1.4 metres up.
Yep.
Okay.
Has that 1.4 been absorbed into the reduction of this as well? Or has it just gone back to the original design with a story knocked out?
That's correct.
And we haven't kept the reduction in the slab heights that would have achieved an extra reduction in the height of potentially 1 metre if the green space is 400 mil on top. The floor heights we've shrunk, but we've actually added them back in. Does that mean the floor heights have gone back to their original height?
Through the chair, that's my understanding, yes.
So potentially there's a metre there that... I'm just curious why that metre wasn't captured as well in the reduction along with the 3 metres. That's really the question I've got.
I'd have to take that on notice. That's probably more of a building design and engineering function as a result of that, and that's probably how they came to that figure.
So that's okay. It's a question on notice which we don't have yet answered.
I don't have that answer.
Okay. Yeah. That's unfortunate for me not to have that answer. I don't know whether the proponents are prepared to, would like the opportunity to answer that. I don't know. But given that height was the most problematic issue that certainly I had, I was really curious why that reduction of that, it's only a metre, I recognise that, but it's almost like every centimetre counts in this thing, and it seems as if we've lost the benefit of that reduction in the floor height. But yes, we've knocked the floor out, but we've increased the floors again, and now we're back to a 3 metre reduction plus the green roof. Very confusing, I know, but that's how my brain is sort of trying to understand. It would seem as if we're losing a metre that we could have potentially had from the previous iteration of this.
Through the chair, we're actually losing an extra 1.6 metres from the previous iteration.
Yep.
So to make up the overall 3 metre reduction in height.
Just say that again, please, Greg.
So the reduction in height is 3. So it's been reduced by 3 metres. Okay. The previous iteration we received, okay, reduced the original proposal by 1.4.
Yep.
That now has been further reduced by an extra 1.6, giving the 3 metres all up.
Yep. Okay. Have they captured the benefit of those thinning of the slabs, which brought about an original metre reduction or thereabouts?
Not to my knowledge, but we may just ask the proponent if that's okay.
All right. Okay, get a comment from the proponents?
Well, it's an engineering thing to reduce the slab heights, and it's also a sales thing. When you've got the lower ceiling heights, it was more difficult to sell, we thought, because so what we thought is we'll take the floor completely out and keep the original ceiling heights, which makes it
Light and airy.
because we've got surfaces in there as well, so we've got to keep the surfaces and the slab thicknesses at something that was reasonable. But by doing that, we can probably reduce them a little more. But it was really the first time we reduced them to 1.4. It was very difficult to do that engineering wise. So it's so what we thought was, okay, we'll take the floor off and then we'll go back to the original idea. But I mean, we can incorporate that. Yes, we can reduce that a small amount by perhaps taking the green roof off. Yeah, I mean, all of those things are easy to sort of negotiate, I suppose. I don't know, what are your thoughts on that? Didn't say no. Okay.
The green roof is 400.
Yep.
Okay, so that would be the sort of place to start, in my opinion.
It was more though that you'd already, through you, Mr Chair, if I may, it would appear that there had already been an effort to come down, and we achieved a metre plus the green roof of 400.
Yeah, so as you're aware, there's three dwellings removed as part of the floor reduction. The client has to make this project a viable proposition, otherwise it's not going to happen for anyone. And there's an equation of how to put it, the sale price and the compromises of height to the units and some of the other things that we have to trim up that cost the client more to achieve them to get that height. But before we didn't lose numbers, now we lose numbers. We've got to find a different way to make the project a feasible proposition.
Look, I certainly appreciate economic challenges with viability and all that sort of stuff. I won't comment on that at this point in time. It would be more a statement rather than a question. But for me, it was really, could that metre still be achieved to add to that 3 metre reduction, and there'd be a total of 4 metre reduction?
What, 400 can be taken out once I've removed the green roof straight up.
But the metre itself is now, seems to be more problematic than what it was previously, I guess.
Yeah, because it's everything's being taken, but nothing's going back in to compensate for constructability costs to achieve thinner slabs to get us down and or cover us for the reduced height.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Friend, you had a question?
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions, Mr Mayor. My first question is, are we taking questions from the gallery today?
We can. I've actually gone to the proponents in order to answer a question from Councillor Bello.
I understand.
Yeah.
That's fine. Okay, so you're saying no or yes?
Essentially, it's at my discretion.
Yes, there's a lady behind you if you're interested.
Right. Yeah, by the way, this isn't going to turn into a free-for-all vote either.
No. The level was 5 levels that council approved across the board originally. So they've gone down to 6. Why can't they go down to 5 to come back to what the council originally said? He's saying it's not viable to do that, but it's not viable to me at number 16 Gusmore Street if slippage happens and I lose my whole house.
Okay.
Thank you.
Second question, Mr Mayor, and I just want it clarified, and with all due respect, question to Councillor Bello. You've gone on public record in the last meeting when this was laid on the table as stating that you would vote for it if they dropped a floor. Now they've dropped a floor. Where does this metre come in that you're talking about?
Once again, it sounds like I'm on the stand at this point in time.
Only because I need it clarified, I don't understand. Thank you.
And I think it is a fairly complex set of equations, which I've just had a fairly lengthy exchange with the officer there.
I could probably answer that one.
I'd be happy to defer to Councillor Reeswell if the chair doesn't mind.
Well, I would like to hear from Councillor Bello.
And not that it's a requirement to have to answer a question, but I'm happy to answer it. There was a 1.4 reduction initially. That was the first reiteration of the design. My understanding of that was the green roof itself. More information has become available that helps inform that actually the green roof is a portion of that at about 400 millimetres. It's like, oh, okay, well that means there's a metre still there. Is it possible to achieve this building with a floor knocked off, which was, you're right, I said there's a good chance I'd vote for this if the floor was knocked off. That's exactly right. Thinking as well that the 1.4 was part of also the reduction. Now I find that the 1.4 has been shrunk to 4, then we're going to gate 3, and I'm thinking there's still a metre. Can we get that metre as well? That's where the logic of thought is.
Thank you, Councillor Bello.
No problem.
Right, Councillor Watson.
Just on what the lady said at the back of the room, when the soil testing's done, will that sort of information come out when they're doing the soil testing with the houses in the back will be in possibility of losing their front yards?
Through the chair.
Turn the damn thing off.
Sorry. Through the chair, as part of any geotechnical investigation, they need to look at the latent site conditions on the actual site. But obviously, if there's structures and buildings and whatever else, they need to consider that as part of their overall assessment. It would be remiss of them not to do that.
So is council liable if something does happen and someone's house does come sliding down the hill, collecting the house in front of them?
So the geotechnical report will be signed off by a registered professional engineer who's suitably qualified in that field, and they're required to have appropriate public liability insurance and so forth. Yes, and they are registered through a board as well.
So council's not liable?
It's a tricky question to actually answer, to be honest.
Well, how do we find that information out?
Well, generally, in a legal dispute, a number of parties will get dragged in, and then some parties get dragged out as a result, based on all the facts.
Okay.
Right, councillors, we have a report before us. I guess it's time to open debate on this one. We've had questions.
Another person behind you, if you're interested.
And no, look, I'm not going to ask any more, offer any more questions. Thanks. Okay. I know. Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Chair, are you going out of standing orders?
I'm going now to standing orders. Yes.
Okay, and I'm going to ask one more question, but I'm happy to do it either before or after. Just
Well, let's go to standing orders, and you're welcome to ask the question after.
Sure.
Councillor Belly.
thank you.
Resume standing orders, councillors. Thank you. All in favour? Carried unanimously. All right, Councillor Belly, your question.
Yeah, just to really clarify, what does the code assessable height allow for?
Through the chair, I'll just go back to. Can we just go back to that slide?
Thank you, Greg. I should have addressed to you, Greg. Sorry.
I'll just go to the last slide. There we go. Oh, right. So under the code, so the key detail in here is from the first proposal where it says the total height above the highest site contour, 11.67 metres. That's the figure that we're talking about now in terms of the second proposal, or this proposal, I should say, rather.
So in this proposal, it's 8.47 above the code assessable height.
Highest contour of the site, which is the code assessable height. That's correct.
Okay.
Right, councillors, we'll open debate on this one. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved, Councillor Watson. Seconded, Councillor Swaddling. Debate is live. Councillor Watson, do you want to speak to the report?
Look, my concerns have been since the beginning about the slippery back, seeing that I used to live at 38 and my house did slide down the hill a little bit. Got closer to the beach each day. It was great for the, but at the same time though, I've been assured by our engineers and speaking to Greg that this can't go ahead unless the engineering comes through and someone signs off on it. So I'm comfortable with that as long as all the other things are done. So as in, we're making sure that the houses behind can't meet the house, come down the hill as well. And just basically the engineering to me is the most important part of this whole job, because if it's not done correctly, we've got a problem. So I'm happy to go ahead with it, but as long as all those things are put in place so that can't happen. Because I don't want to see people lose their houses that they've worked very hard for. And I mean, mine was one of them. You know, I didn't find out until I'd sold my house that it had to be fully underpinned to keep it there. So obviously engineering's changed since, but I do believe it's a very nice looking building, and I think it will set the standard for the rest of the buildings along that stretch in the future, which is what I had a problem with another development that we approved some time ago. And I'm hoping it'll set the standard for the rest of it, because as I've known since I was a kid, that area along there was to be some form of high-rise. So I'll be supporting this as long as all the engineering goes through, and I do hope it is made safe so that we don't have any other issues.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. Anyone speaking against?
Mr Mayor, I did ask for an alternative motion some time back. I don't know whether officers have taken that on board or...
I'm unaware, Councillor.
An alternative, Councillor Wayne, sorry. So we've crafted an alternative for you 2 meetings ago, and that's been with councillors now for a few months. If that was you not accepting the recommendation, is that the one you refer to?
Well, I did ask for an alternative motion at the time, and whether we were given it, it's not here today.
If you want to continue the debate, Mr Chairman, I'll just have a quick word with Councillor Mather.
All right, yeah, thank you. Anyone speaking against?
Mr Mayor, I will speak against this. It gives me no pleasure to do so because I think the development within itself is lovely. I am concerned of the area in which the development is. I've personally spent a tremendous amount of time investigating this particular development, and of course I've read all the reports and, more importantly, each of the submissions, both for and against. I met with neighbouring property owners and officers in attendance, and also the developers, and I have acquainted myself with the ecological report, the stormwater management report and the visual amenity report. I do have grave concerns in relation to stormwater runoff and the clearing of a steeply sloped site. The report and proposal advise that native vegetation on the west side must be retained. There is a concern that the vegetation removal in the east will cause exposure to sunlight and wind impacting the native vegetation. And I would hope that this would be heavily conditioned in the form of a barrier erected for protection. And I did not see that in this particular report. Stormwater and infrastructure. So I know that the developers have gone to great lengths in obtaining the services of very highly reputable consultants, and I have said this before, to undertake all of the stormwater analysis, and I commend the developers for doing so. I also commend the developers on their patience and willing to work to take off that extra floor as well. But the engineering states that the flow of stormwater through the gully on site can be made impervious. And I went, really impervious? Okay, well, I'm sure I'm not an engineer, so perhaps it can, by redirecting this water flow. But at times, and I have personally witnessed it many times throughout heavy rain events, that there is a tremendous amount of water flow. And so in theory, this sounds safe and secure. My main concern is that personally witnessing this immense water flow, as I've just mentioned, and the topography of the land may result in unforeseen hazardous results. I saw in 2015 the results of landslide with potential catastrophic consequences, and I have said this also in past meetings to homes at Statue Bay. The cost to rectify was millions of dollars. In 2008, landslide occurred near Gusmore Street as a result of earthworks and heavy rain. And once again, I just repeat, this is the uttermost concern to me. And without a complete slope stability assessment undertaken, and this slope stability assessment would certainly address things that I'm more interested in: subsurface conditions, stability criteria for open excavations, potential effects on existing structures, being the neighbouring properties, and advice on construction issues. So taking into consideration the risks, although mitigated on paper, without this slope stability assessment, in my good conscience, I cannot vote for this, Mr Mayor.
Right, thank you, Councillor Trent. Anyone voting in support? You want to speak against?
That'll be me, Mr. Mayor. And I really don't take any pleasure in this at all. In fact, I'm going to be scared to go home. My wife actually said to me, "You better vote for that thing today." I think it really is important that we do have good development in our town. I actually don't think it's such a bad place to have that sort of development. And I'm not worried about the geotech and the landslip stuff, because I believe that that'll be conditioned, and there'll be a lot of greater minds than my own will be evaluating that and saying yay or nay. We are in the middle of a housing crisis. We do need this sort of development. Saying that, I came here, I had the mind that originally that when an extra storey was going to come off, that we're going to be losing 4.4 metres and not just the 1.6 metres, which has actually occurred. It's the 1.4 plus the 1.6. That's what's happened. And so, yeah, I thought it was going to be a bit more off the top. So, yeah, I just can't, I really can't stand with it. I would like to. I think that the development will go ahead along that strip, and it's going to happen sooner rather than later. But like I said last time, there's just a few too many knobs on it for me to comfortably say yay.
All right, thank you. Anyone else speaking for? I'm just going to open the floor, councillors. Anyone want to make a comment before we wrap up? I'll go to Councillor Watson to finish off. All right. Any comments, councillors?
Yeah, in speaking against this motion, for reasons that are probably fairly clear, and not wanting to repeat another process that we followed last time, but I don't want to leave here knowing that I didn't give it my absolute best to give the potential for the floor to be removed and at the very least an extra 1 metre in height, which is how I came to this meeting here today, believing that there was that was to be reflected in the report. That's not in the report, and therefore I can't support it in its current format. I do and will be prepared to support it with that further reduction of the storey plus a metre, keeping the green roof on, because that seems to be important to people. I don't want the people there at Gusmore looking at a white or air conditioning tops. If this thing does get approved, a reduction of 4 metres, maybe that green roof is important and would be better for the amenity. Maybe it's not, I don't know. But for me, trying to assess the mood of the public and the community in that vicinity there who have invested and been consistent with our town plan, I believe there is an ability to be flexible in the town plan. We've seen that before, and at times we have to do that. And it depends on our appetite for risk, I guess, to try and reflect what we believe from back then when the town plan was written, which I think was 2018. Was that 2018?
The last generation.
2018, now to 2024 almost, in a week or so. Our town is moving at a rapid pace and growth is coming, but I'm not prepared to go that far. I am prepared to go though, and I guess what I'm proposing is a foreshadowed motion in the event that this is lost, that I'll be going to the developer if I can, or through the CEO to say, you guys knock a metre off plus the 3 metres, and you may get a majority of councillors prepared to do it. That may not make me popular with the residents in the room who perhaps don't want anything above the code accessible height, but the reality is code accessible developments get tested consistently in this council, and it's not uncommon for us to, under the performance-based planning, to go beyond those codes, and I would be prepared to go beyond that code to that extent. So hopefully that makes sense, and if it doesn't, well, then it's a refusal from me, but it will be a foreshadowed motion that I'd like to put to the table, that we go to the developer and say, reduce your floor, take a further metre off and keep your green roof,
Councillor Bell, if I interrupt you there, I think I'd urge caution in that, because we are an assessment body. It's not our role to make suggestions to developers as to what they should and shouldn't do with developments. So I would offer caution in presenting an alternative motion or a foreshadowed motion along those lines. Entirely up to you whether you want to do it. I would just suggest to, or maybe offer some, or ask some advice from the CEO in relation to that. Would stand corrected, Councillor Bello.
Mr Mayor, we have in the past signalled to developers what the opposition is. In fact, we're required to, if we refuse a development, to signal what the grounds for refusal are, if we can be explicit about those things. But I would share your advice to Councillor Bello to not presume what a future council decision might look like. That would be for you individually to do. But if you can convince your colleagues that you want to send a specific nomination about a certain height, and you asked that question in advance, and I think that's been shared with you about what, and you've done your own calculations on that, then it's not inappropriate to do that, but you shouldn't assume that that's what the vote of your colleagues will be.
Well, just to qualify, if I gave any impression to anyone in the chamber or the gallery or any other councillors that I was preempting what you may vote for, then I apologise for that. Purely foreshadowing a motion which is fairly consistent with our standing orders, which we're entitled to do, that I would be prepared in the event that this motion is lost, I'll be putting forward a foreshadowed motion that I think I've already said it quite a few times, but we could frame that in the best way that we can, that sees the floor removed and the original meter that was going to be captured because of however engineering solutions was achieved prior could also be applied to this iteration. I apologise if that's confusing, but that's what I'm flagging as a foreshadowed motion. Thank you.
Well, Councillor Watson has foregone his right to wrap up. We'll go to the vote on this one. If this is lost, Councillor Bello, I'm going to call a break, and you can get with the CEO and draft something up potentially for the table if you wish to do that.
Sure.
Mr Mayor,
Councillor Mather.
I'd like to make the last comment if you wouldn't mind. I don't know if this is working. Hello?
You have a turn, Councillor Mather.
I was asking questions.
I beg your pardon, okay.
Mr Mayor, I don't think anybody would deny that this is a development that the Capricorn Coast needs. Except I believe it's in the wrong place. I would welcome the development to take place anywhere else, and I'm sure I shouldn't say it, it would gain strong support not only by the councillors but the community. But this is all about risk, Mr Mayor, because we have a community who've invested in this area and who are fearful of what could happen to that investment if we make the wrong decision. It's not up to the engineer to get it right. It's up to the table to be satisfied that the information that we are getting is sufficient to protect the people we represent. This is not just about height. There are a number of components that actually tell us beware, beware. We can't guarantee safety for everybody because we don't have a geotech report. And in the absence of a full slope stability and landslide assessment, it could result in the risks being potentially understated. Can we take that chance? Because we're dealing with people's lives, people's livelihood.
I just don't know where Councillor Mather has the right to go into further debate when she's already spoken.
Well, it was my understanding that you'd already spoken, Councillor Mather, but...
Well,
I was
Mr Mayor, I've
corrected
just about said it all
that-
now.
Well, I think we might just stop
You
it there,
did ask
Councillor.
if anybody else wanted to say
Yeah,
something.
but you
Speaking
get
against-
one go at it, as you well know, Councillor
I
Mather.
had not spoken against the recommendation. And I'd say, in leaving it at that point, Mr Mayor, for fear that I would get my colleagues offside, I have an alternative motion setting out 7 reasons why the application needs to be refused.
Well, we'll see what happens with this vote first, Councillor Mather. I suspect it's going to get voted down anyway. All right, we'll wrap up debate. We've got a mover in Councillor Watson, second in Councillor Swadling. All in favour? Those against? Motion is lost. So that doesn't require anything from you, Councillor Mather, because it's lost. And well, procedural motion for a break, and Councillor Bello can get with the CEO for his foreshadowed motion.
Just a question, Mr Mayor. If the recommendation to approve has been lost, that leaves the council to resolve what it wants to do next. And I've offered you a resolution as an alternative motion.
Or perhaps if you get with Councillor Bello as well during the break, Councillor.
Well, I've spoken to the CEO, Mayor.
Right, we'll get with the CEO during the break. We can.
Glenda and I are apart, we're not actually together.
Well, in terms of this particular recommendation, Councillor, it's lost. Ultimately now it's a matter between or with the developers if they want to provide some alternate solutions or take us to court or whatever they want to do. But certainly you are welcome through Councillor Bellows. We may get some sort of resolution out of this as well.
Mr Mayor, how many times do we come back till we get it right? That's my question.
Can you what, sorry?
How many times do we come back to get it right?
It's a great question, Councillor. It's been here 3 times already.
Yeah. And nothing has changed since the last time we were here except a reduction in the height, which is still oversized. I'd be willing to test the alternative motion, Mr Mayor, and see where the councillors sit on that.
All right, well, if you have a chat with the CEO during the break, I'd ask you to do that, Councillor Mather.
Thank you.
So during the break, councillors, Councillor Bello and the officers got together and came up with a alternate motion. What do we call it now, Mr. CEO? And it is as follows, and I'll read it out. It's on the screen for you. That the officer's recommendation be approved with an amendment to condition number 8, that the height of the building must not exceed the highest contour of the site by more than 7.7 metres, in effect reducing the development by a further 1 metre. 7. What did I say?
7.7.
I'm dyslexic, sorry, man. 7.47. Right. So everyone understand the connotation of that?
Mr Mayor, I'm just wondering, it's a variation to what has just been refused or not approved.
Yep.
Does that require another motion altogether? Is it, I guess the word is lawful to have an amendment of that kind when it's contrary to what's just been not supported?
Well, you have what is a deemed refusal now, councillor, from the original recommendation by the officers. So Councillor Bello now has put forward an alternate motion which can now be voted on. And the alternate motion is providing a suggestion about further height reduction.
I guess in simple terms, does it constitute an amended motion?
It constitutes an amended motion. It is an amendment. So Councillor Bello, are you prepared to move this one?
Yes, I'm prepared to move it, Mr. Chair.
Okay, can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Swadling, thank you. Councillor Bello, do you want to speak to your recommendation?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson. Firstly, thank you to all of the staff through this lengthy journey from start to where we are now. Thank you for your ability to be flexible with councillors and try and provide us with the best information that you can. It's important that we have that information to make an informed decision. Thank you to the CEO for his assistance throughout this process as well. And thank you to, I guess, everybody that has been a party to this this application. Each one of you as residents who love where you live, and why wouldn't you? That you value where you live. You've got a great community, a great neighbourhood, and you live in one of the greatest parts of Queensland. And certainly seems like you've got good reason to be concerned with the application, the development that was put before this council to consider. And every one of your emails I've certainly read, and I'm sure that every other councillor has as well. Thank you to the developers for their confidence in our region. We are a growing shire, and just what that growth looks like, you know, really often is in the hands, not just of the developer, but ultimately should be in the hands of the council. And the council is there to reflect the community. So I don't put this proposal forward lightly at all, but I do it for a number of reasons. For me, it was about a negotiation on this development that I believe I've landed in a position where, or a place where I'm prepared to accept the increase in height above what would be code accessible. That's really what it comes down to. And I think the reduction by the nearly 4 metres, is it? Nearly 4 metres. It may not be enough for some people, and I'll accept that from today. If this is supported, I'll accept that that will be something you disagree with me on. And I'll have to resolve that myself, as we often do with these decisions. But I believe, to the best of my ability, that it strikes the right balance between preserving amenity, preserving the wonderful community that Gusmore Estate is, but allowing for development to start to progress along that Farnborough Road, which we do need to see happen with the investment that this council has made and previous councils in significant infrastructure investment. We are set up for growth, and these are the products that are coming forward. But importantly, this council, if it supports this motion, I believe is empathetic to the impact that could have happened, and they were prepared to bring that down to a point where we felt it was acceptable. So I'll leave it at that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Councillor Bello. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Mather.
As I explained to the good councillor, and he has every right to say it as he feels it should be seen. This is not just about height. This is a number of components which singularly have their own demands, their own qualifications for survival. Is there going to be an adverse impact on all of these other components? If the height is reduced, is it going to alleviate the pressures on them? Or do they still stand alone to be vulnerable? Whether it be the water, whether it be the geotech report that hasn't been received, and we won't know that until such time as it's done. What about the fear of the other people who are on that land, on that escarpment? I would hate to live there. The most beautiful place in the world, with the most beautiful outlook, is being compromised because of development. We encourage development, but in the right place. And unfortunately, I don't see that this is the right place. I would support the development most other places, but I also fear for the people who have invested there. This isn't about the risk to the engineer, because the risk lands at the door of the council, and that means the people around this table. Are we prepared to take that risk? By approving a lower height by 1 metre is not going to alleviate the threats to all of those other components that make up this application. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Councillor Swadling.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Like other councils, we've had this information come to us. We've looked through that information. We've read it all. We've seen it. I've asked questions in relation to the zoning of that area. It was always zoned from I believe 1991 to that type of development, and it's moved on there. Whether you had property prior to that, the zoning was always there and available. I understand that there's been some flexibility in relation to the developers' willingness to listen to those issues that have been raised. I certainly understand the need for developments within our region and our appropriately proposed developments within the area, and certainly this one I feel is a good fit for that area and that location. But in saying that, all those things, we have to go through the engineer process. We have to trust those processes. We have to continually trust those processes. We can, if we start talking about what ifs and the risk, we can all walk across the road and get hit by a car. But at the end of the day is we take a risk in what we do, and we look at that, we research it, we do a risk assessment of that, we look at the reasons why these things may or may not happen. But fundamentally, I'm no expert at engineering, and no one at this table is an expert at engineering other than the engineers. We have to rely on that information, the technical information that they have and they receive through the years of their knowledge and training and precedents that have previously been set before. Conditions change from back in 2017-18 to what they are today. There's aspects right across the engineer world that allow for changes, particularly around engineering certain developments in relation to what is proposed and what is not proposed. And as we progress through and this comes to a point where the engineers can't assure that that's going to happen, we'll know what the outcome's going to be. It'll completely stop. But certainly, I think this is a great development, and I look forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Swadling. Anyone speaking against?
Mr. Mayor, I've been on the fence on this one, only from today. This is a good development. It's a great development, and it just still has too many hairs on for me. I'm going to be sleeping in the spare room by the looks of things, but that's my prerogative. I do wish the developers well. What I do see in this, though, if it does get up, and I I've seen democracy at work this morning, where we've seen ideas changed, plans changed, and I think that that's good for this Shire. But for me, yeah, I'm going to be on the side of caution with this one, Mr. Mayor, and I'm saying no.
Right, thank you. Councillors, I'm going to speak in support of this one. I acknowledge the concerns of the residents along Gusmore Street. In particular, I acknowledge the concerns in relation to landslip and stability. But as Councillor Swadling has articulated, I'm also conscious that through the operational works process, if the registered professional engineer of Queensland, whoever he or she may be and is assigned to this particular project, is not convinced that this will work, then it stops. So ultimately that is my safeguard, because again, I'm not an engineer and I obviously have to rely on that advice. Again, it's a tough decision to make on this one, because I think councillors, whatever way you go, whether you support this or you don't, you're going to make somebody unhappy. And that's unfortunately our lot in life. But in all good conscience, I believe this is a good development. I think the coast needs it, and I'm prepared to support it.
Mr Mayor, I just want to remind the councillors I have an alternative motion.
All right, I'll deal with that after the vote, Councillor Mather. Anyone else wish to speak before we close? Councillor Bella, do you want to wrap up?
Yeah, I do want to wrap up, Mr. Chair. And I guess primarily around I guess the facts that this is a medium density zoned area that could have accommodated a 60% footprint up to 4 stories high, I believe. But that could have just went there without anybody having any ability to comment. And it wouldn't matter what your concerns about the slope stability were, it wouldn't matter what your concerns about slippery back were, 4 stories of concrete could have been sunk into that footprint there, and you wouldn't have a say in it, because that would have been within the town plan. The change is obviously that has been put before the council primarily relates to height. That really is the difference. It's the height. It's not the slope stability test that's needed now, because one would have needed before anyway for a 4-storey building. It's not the slippery back concern now that wasn't there before, because you would have needed one for a 4-storey building. You would have needed every bit of engineering for both projects. Absolutely vital. The difference is the height. And it's always been for this community the height. And rightly so, because we love the fact that Yeppoon and the Capricorn Coast is not the Gold Coast, never will be. I certainly don't want it to be. Grinding this thing down somewhat, it's not a lot, but it's closer to the code accessible height than what it was, than what it started at. And I reflect back on Emu Park there. 6 stories there, 2 stories above the code accessible height. A lot of people over there weren't happy about it. And I made comments about if we make decisions purely based on whether a group of people there are going to be upset, so let's not do that. The problem is you've got communities all over the place that you're going to have to make decisions on, and it's difficult to make decisions just purely based on that community, but not accept that that decision has ramifications for the entire 42,000 people that live here, that we are responsible to manage a budget for, and to be able to collect enough rates to provide the best lifestyle we can. And the only difference here is height. That's fundamentally it. I think, for me, the community will accept that the height is higher than it should have been, but it's nowhere near as high as that it was going to be. And it's high enough that they're prepared to accept it. I know that doesn't make any of the residents probably overly impressed, but that's the rationale of my thinking. So on that basis, I put it at the table for your consideration, and I respect your vote either way. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Bello. The debate's now closed.
Just a question, Mr Mayor. Is this a stop the clock situation?
No. All right, so you're going to move in Councillor Bello, seconded Councillor Swadling. All in favour? Those against? Motion's carried. Thank you, councillors. It's over to the developers now to consider their position. All right. Thank you. Right, councillors, we're at 10.2, which is an item to be lifted from the table. Notice of motion from Councillor Mather in relation to infrastructure charges. Recommendation is in relation to development application number D141-2023 for an MCU being for a low impact industry in the Marlborough locality. 1, the refund of infrastructure charges calculated at $42,022.75. Pardon me, be endorsed for reasons set out in supporting information. And 2, the $2,648 additional 25% loading fee already paid and applied to the adopted application fee be refunded to the applicant, also for reasons set out in supporting information. Councillor Mather, you're moving this one?
I'm just, yes, Mr. I'm just trying to find it in the book.
Okay. Can I get a seconder, please? Everyone caught up with me? Not quite. Yeah, we're on page 36. This is in relation to the Marlborough service station issue. The $42,022.75 has already been refunded.
Through the chair, with the infrastructure charge was withdrawn.
Withdrawn, sorry. And the $2,648 is proposed to be refunded to the applicant. I think there was a little bit of confusion last time, councillors, in that we're of the understanding that the previous applicant had paid that, but I believe it's the current applicant that has paid it, so it is now the refund to the current owner of the business.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just to clarify that, that's what we're voting on today, whether to refund or not, or did you just say that the refund is going to go ahead? Sorry?
No, I said the first component has been withdrawn, the $42,022.75 that was originally levied has been withdrawn by the officers, and the decision is to first of all endorse that, but then secondly, whether you want to refund the $2,648 to the current business owner.
Okay. Are we up at questions yet, or?
We've got a mover. I'm looking for a seconder, please, at this stage. I'm happy to second. All right, so Councillor Friend.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Greg. Looking at that second part of the refund for the application fee. So in relation to that, did this come through? Were they made to put an application in through compliance, as they had been in this business for a couple of decades.
Through the chair, yes, the business had been operating for quite some time, and then the business went to change hands, and my understanding is, as a result of the business changing hands, it needed to become lawful. In our fees and charges structure, we have a 25% loading on applications where they are not lawful and are currently operating, and then you want to move them to make them lawful. So that's where this $2,648 came from.
Sure.
Was that loading fee?
Sure.
That's correct.
So all of these type of development fees, and also extending that to building and plumbing fees for applications that are assessed, was this particular application at the time assessed once it was submitted? Did officers go through the usual process that they undertake to process an application?
Yes. And I'll just elaborate a little bit on the confusion in relation to the payment of those fees. We've now got that information. The application was actually made at the time the previous owner owned the property and the business. Okay, and that's where the confusion came in about who was actually paying for it. It was then realised that the people who currently own the business paid for that the extra $2,000 plus the normal application fee. Part of the reason for the loading is generally there's a little bit of extra work that needs to go on in terms of understanding the site, what's gone on in the past, the uses, what uses are intended in future. That's really where that fee comes from.
That's understandable, but in actual fact, have the council officers undertaken their due diligence that they do for every application once that fee was paid and the application was submitted?
Yes, and it has since been approved.
It has been approved.
Yes, it has.
And therefore, it has been approved, and moving forward, if they were to sell that business, there would be that approval there and there wouldn't be any issues.
Through the chair, that's correct. There's now lawful use on the premises.
Is there any past precedents that these application fees have been refunded after the due diligence of the officers have processed the application?
I would have to take that question on notice. I'm not personally aware of any. So.
But kind of what I'm getting at is the fact that an application fee was taken, it was processed, it has been approved, no different to any other application fee, including, personal building applications, etc., that are assessed and that everyone has to pay.
That's correct, to follow the normal processes.
Sure. Okay, so I suppose that's all I've got to ask. Thank you.
I'm just wondering whether the members understand what's happening, Mayor. That's my thought.
Well, you have the opportunity now to speak to your report, Councillor. Your notes to make. Well, we can deal with those afterwards anyway, Councillor.
In speaking to the motion, Mr. Mayor, the present owner came in and bought a property that was used for the same purpose, but he didn't have approval to do so. In amongst that, I assume here that he had been given a compliance notice or a warning or something that you're not compliant. The current owner bought the property, set about making it compliant, made his fees. Once it was approved, he got a letter to say that he owed $42,000 in infrastructure charges. Well, once he questioned that, there were no services to provide to him to warrant the $42,000, so rightfully that was withdrawn. But there was also another charge in amongst his list of fees for $2,640, which should have been applied to the previous owner. This fella had done nothing wrong, and it was basically a fine for being non-compliant. And it was on his list to pay it, but it was the offence of the previous owner. That's why it needs to be refunded, because it was wrongfully applied to the current owner. We've got the documents to prove that. Council has those documents to show that he has paid the fine and he is entitled to a refund of that money that was wrongly applied to him.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just a question in relation to that. Is this an application fee with the 25% loading because the business had been a business for a couple of decades and not a fine? Are we talking an infringement or an application fee?
Through the chair, it's an application fee.
So it's an application fee like any other application fee. Right, thank you.
Can I ask, can you explain that? Because the previous owner who attracted this $2,600 did not have an application fee, did he?
Through the chair, the application was made at the time that the previous owner owned the property and the business. But that application was actually made by the current owner. And as part of that application, the current owner's town planner recognised the fact that it was an existing business and had been operating for some 20 odd years, and incorporated that as part of their submission provided, and that's how this fee came to be.
There's only been one application on that property, and that's the current owner.
That's correct.
Yeah, so he's never not complied on that land. He had approval to work from his truck on properties. That's how he worked. He hadn't worked on that land at all because he'd put the application in to make it compliant. He already had approval to work on properties. He didn't need the land at that stage until he got the approval. But by the time the fees were paid, and in that fee, there was $2,640 something, that belonged to the previous owner who was non-compliant. That's what I'm saying. It's been applied to the wrong person.
We can only apply that fee to the person who actually makes the application, okay, as part of the application process.
Well, from what I'm told from one of the girls here who work, she said, look, I'll tell you what's happened. Because the DNR was so slow in transferring the ownership of the land, he ended up with the bill. Maybe you'd like to check that out.
Well, the applicant, who is the current owner, okay, the town planner did recognise that it was an existing business and had been operating for some 20 odd years. I included that in the commentary back.
Just a question through you, Mr.
Councillor
Mayor.
Friend. Yeah.
Thank you. So am I right in saying that the current owner who submitted the application wanted to do the right thing and submitted it willingly and also paid the fees willingly to make sure that it was all above board for his business?
That is correct, Councillor.
Certainly. And just to double check and to clarify that you said earlier that the actual application, which wasn't an infringement but an application, has been undertaken in all due diligence by the planning department, just doing their usual process.
That's correct, and approval has been issued as well.
And an approval. And would you, has anyone or your staff been in contact with the current owner, and are they happy with that? Are they satisfied that everything is now approved?
My conversation I had with the current owner some weeks ago, he was thankful that he had his approval and he could just continue on with his business.
Thank you.
All right.
This is just basically righting a wrong, that's all.
Well,
Because he was not non-compliant. It was the previous owner who operated a business that did not have approval.
yeah, no one's arguing that, Councillor Mather. It's just a matter about who actually made the application in the first place and therefore who is actually eligible to pay the fee. That's what this really comes down to.
But why would he pay a fee in an application for non-compliance, 25% loading, when he wasn't operating?
You're talking about the previous owner now or the current owner?
The current owner.
So through the chair. From my understanding, speaking to the mechanic who's running the business there, when he found out about the property and knew that the issues around that, out of his own goodwill, he's paid that previous owner's rate. That's what he's told me directly.
So sorry,
On behalf of that owner, so we could get everything sorted and get it on the road and get approved.
So we could make the use lawful. That's correct.
That's right.
Yes.
All right. Is anyone speaking against this? Councillor Mather spoken for it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a couple of really quick words. I will speak against this today because this is already, number one's already been dealt with prior to the original notice of motion coming to the table. Number two, the owner is satisfied and willingly and wanted to pay the fee to sort out any past wrongs. So therefore, in paying the fee and submitting the application, it was approved through due process, as all applications are. So I'm voting against it because the owner obviously is very satisfied with the outcome.
Thank you.
That doesn't,
Councillor Mather, is there a question here?
that's a statement, Mr. Mayor.
Well, I'll come back to you.
Just from doing the wrong thing.
You can close off at the end, Councillor Mather. Anyone else wish to speak for? Anyone else against? All right, I'll go back to Councillor Mather to wrap up then.
Mr. Mayor, that the current operator did not indicate to me in any way, he may have to Councillor Swadling, he did not indicate to me in any way that I just wanted it over and done with. I know he'd never gone through an application before, and he didn't know the process, he didn't know the fees kept coming, and all he wanted to do, probably, oh, for God's sake, he wasn't the person who was paying the money, it was his partner who was the financier. But what's happened here is that he is picking up the bill because we gave it to him. It's on our letterhead to say, you owe this. And if we know that it's wrong, we can't justify that charge to him when we know very well it's not his bill. That brings us into a very different state of mind.
All right, thank you, Councillor Mather. We've got a mover and Councillor Mather, seconded myself. Those in favour? Those against? Motion's lost. All right, 10.3, councillors, is from Councillor Bello in relation to cash payments or cash payment options to waste transfer stations at Yeppoon and Emu Park. Thank you, Greg. The recommendation is that in order to demonstrate Council's commitment to be the model community service provider, Council reinstate cash payment options to waste transfer stations at Yeppoon and Emu Park. Councillor Bello, you're moving this?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seconded, Councillor no, question or seconded?
Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to second this. However, I would like to ask Councillor Bello if he would be open to hearing of an amendment.
Yeah, yes, absolutely, Mr.
And
Chair.
an addendum, which I have sent through.
Oh, okay. Through email, sorry.
Through email, but I think I just sent it to Mr. CEO.
Okay. That'd be great.
And then I'll
Yeah.
explain to you, Councillor Bello.
And just through you,
my
Mr.
reason.
Chair, if I could, in considering Councillor Friend's request also, I think last time I spoke about extending it to the caves or any of those land.
So
okay.
if you can see, Councillor Bello, I had a look at this, and instead of Emu Park and Yeppoon, Council's waste facilities.
Yep.
So crossing out the transfer station at Yeppoon and Emu Park, being for a period of 6 months in order to compile data for the percentage of those using cash, EFTPOS and vouchers. Not a survey that was undertaken, that was or rarely taken up by the public, but substantive information that they can say so many people are still using cash, so many people are using vouchers, and so many people are using EFTPOS. And so that in 6 months' time, that will actually give future councillors at this table the ability to make a further informative decision, because the one previous survey undertaken through Outlook was very much so. So would you be...
I could be cheeky and ask for 12 months, but I'm happy with 6.
Yes, well, that was a suggestion through my portfolio meetings under waste by officers. So 6 months. And I'm happy to second that then.
All right.
Sure.
So we've got a mover for an amended motion and a seconder for the amended motion, being councillors Bello and Friend respectively.
So what is the end result? Today?
Just on the
The end
screen now,
result
councillor
would be-
Mather. That in order to demonstrate council's commitment to be the model community, yep, can't see that, service provider, council reinstate cash payment options to council's waste facilities, being for a period of 6 months in order to compile data for the percentage of those using cash, FPOS and vouchers.
Happy to move that and thank councillor Friend for that amendment.
Excellent.
Look, just very briefly, I certainly appreciate the amendment there, and that it's the contribution perhaps from the waste, through the waste portfolio and the staff. Appreciate the willingness to trial this. It'll be interesting to see what comes back, but for me really, it really isn't as important so much about the data. It's really about still providing the service that I feel is so critical to the transitioning as we go through as a society. That there are a number, and there is a number of users that will still prefer cash. It's what they're comfortable with, it's what they're used to, and there are other issues with network dropout and what have you, which does impact on people's ability there at times. And really, it's also not about us being efficient. I think at times efficiency can be really driven as the number one priority. Efficiencies are good, and management is great at focusing on efficiency, but really for me it's more about being effective. And leadership certainly has to look at effectiveness over efficiency, or perhaps look at them as at the same time, but effectiveness is most important. And I believe that those members in our community, they are deserving of council providing that level of service that allows them to be able to dispose of their waste based on how they traditionally paid, without the anxiety of being concerned when they get there. So I might leave it at that. Thank you.
Right. Councillor Friend?
Oh, Mr Mayor, I'll speak for when ready, when you say.
Okay, well, I was just going to ask if I'm happy to go to the vote, but if you wish to speak to it, councillor Friend, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, councillor Bello, for bringing this to the table. Councillors were notified 6 times prior to the waste facilities becoming cashless. This was on the basis of 6 break-ins into these facilities. Council has an obligation to ensure that staff and contractors have a safe working environment. The survey conducted by Council's contractor, Outlook, noted that 45 people overall contributed to this survey. Out of those 45 people, 40% of those wanted to use cash. This survey is also noted as inconsequential to me, as it was taken over 2 months. The landfill and transfer stations receive about 150 people per day, so only 45 people engaged with the survey out of an approximate 9,000. In stating this, I'm also satisfied to vote for this under the condition that Councillor Bello has agreed to, that data is collected and it is reconsidered in 6 months. I think that over this Christmas period and storm season, we need to have this option so that it may create free-flowing traffic into the waste facilities and allow a greater insight into the future possibility of cashless transfer and landfill sites.
Thank you, councillor Friend. All right, we've got a mover, councillor Bello, seconded councillor Friend. All in favour?
Just to confirm, Mr. Chair, we know whether this will become live in order to be able to receive cash there.
I think the manager indicated just a briefing session that it could happen straight away.
So we should be able to get our balances, floats ready by Friday or Friday's probably Saturday.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right, carried unanimously. Councillors, before we go into the reports, because we've finished with the questions, statements and motions, I just wanted to seek your indulgence to pay tribute to former councillor John Watson for his service. Sorry? Right. Well, I'm sorry, you're going to have to, mate. Ultimately, he his service to this community was outstanding, both as a journalist and as a councillor to this organisation. And if you could join me, councillors, in standing for a minute's silence to honour former Councillor Watson. Thank you, councillors. Because of the service this morning at Canal Creek, the CEO has put a report to his council just to endorse the change of the timing around today's meeting. This is 11.1, and the recommendation is that council endorses the actions of the Chief Executive Officer in altering the start time of the 19 December 2023 ordinary council meeting to accommodate the Canal Creek 80th anniversary, and we thank him for his arrangements around this. Moved Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Swadling. Don't require any discussion on this, councillors, so just all in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. CEO. 11.2 is response to questions on notice from Councillor Mather in relation to infringement notices. So those have been provided to you, Councillor Mather. Excellent. So we are just receiving those, that the questions on notice and officer responses be received.
I'd like to move that the questions on notice and the answers received be received, Mr. Mayor, and appended to the minutes, please.
Thank you. Moved Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Friend. Any discussion, councillors? Happy to go to the vote. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. That was quick. 11.3 is the development application for a development permit for a material change of use for an office located at 23 Rockhampton Road and 4 Birdwood Avenue, Yeppoon. Welcome back to the table, Mr. Abbots. Sure. You probably, yeah. Right. Oh, welcome to the table, Greta.
Good afternoon, Councillor.
Good afternoon. The floor is yours.
So today I'm presenting a development application for a material change of use for an office on the corner of Rockhampton Road and Birdwood Avenue. The site is located in the medium density residential zone. The surrounding uses are predominantly residential uses, including excess of 10 sites characterised with multiple dwelling units. The site near centre activities such as Yeppoon Shopping Centre and community uses including Blue Care. The proposal is for a change to the existing approved land use from a dwelling house to an office. The existing dwelling is proposed to be renovated to assist in integrating with the surrounding original dwellings within Birdwood Avenue and Rockhampton Road. Access to the site is from Birdwood Avenue via 2 separate vehicle access crossovers. The proposal includes provisions for 6 on-site parking spaces. The requirement under the scheme is 7. Parking is proposed along Birdwood Avenue and Rockhampton Road. The proposed office includes 5 separate offices, a lunchroom, amenities, 2 storerooms and reception area. This allows for up to 6 persons working at the site at any one time. The proposed use of an office is not a preferred use within the medium density residential zone code or the overall outcomes of the urban infill places within the strategic framework. Birdwood Avenue is solely residential uses, and the site is appealing for residential uses to occur. No new non-residential uses have been approved along Rockhampton Road since the mid-90s, with existing uses operating under historic approvals. Further expansion of centre activities into the medium density residential zone encourages future centre activities and development within the corridor and may undermine the viability of our major centre zone. On-site parking proposed does not meet the minimum requirements by one car park, and reverse amenity issues such as increased vehicle movements and noise may arise and impact surrounding properties. There was one properly made submission to the application who had concerns in relation to setting a precedent for future commercial uses to occur within the street, noise pollution and parking. The proposal is unable to meet the overall outcomes of the relevant settlement pattern within the strategic framework, as it does not achieve the overall outcomes and therefore cannot be supported.
Thank you. So the recommendation is for refusal.
Yes.
Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Move Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Mather. Are there any questions of the officer? Thank you.
Yes,
Councillor Richmond.
Greta, the places across the road, are they businesses?
There is Blue Care there,
Yeah.
and it was established in the 80s or 90s, and it has just remained operational. The current scheme, if Blue Care was to close, wouldn't support a new Blue Care opening in the same spot.
Okay. It just seems to be, it just looks like there's more than just one. Is it only Blue Care, is it? Is that,
I think there might be like is there a handyman might be associated with the Blue Care? But yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Hey, Greta, just curious on the parking, they were one short.
Mm-hmm.
Did they not have the ability to increase that parking by one, given that they've got a fair bit of land there, or do we know why they pitched it at 6 and not 7?
They didn't propose any additional parking. We did request that in the information request, and they didn't alter that upon response. So
Okay. So potentially if they had nominated 7, then it would have satisfied the parking requirements.
correct.
Okay.
Just keeping in mind with the plan that they've proposed, they actually access between the existing dwelling and Rockhampton Road. If you wanted to get more parking in there, you might be looking at reducing the landscaping, and then you've got that visual amenity onto Rockhampton Road.
Rocky Road there, is that the one that, I'm just trying to get my bearings, is that Rocky Road that's
Yeah,
got the service station and
yeah. So Rocky Road's
mechanics and all that sort of stuff on there?
here. Yeah, so further up.
Oh, okay, right. And then we come down and we've got the Yeppoon Central Shopping Centre.
Yes.
Okay, so if they did increase their parking by 1, maybe the offset of that would be a reduction in the visual amenity because the gardens and that would reduce.
Potentially, yes.
Okay. It's interesting.
Councillor Watson.
Is there a chance we could lay this on the table to speak to the developer about making it the 7 parking spots? Because, I mean, I keep going back to, sorry, this might be debate, but it's more comment.
Well, you can move a motion to lay this on the table pending further consultation with the developer if you wish.
Well, I'd like to talk about it more before we do that, though, to see if we should or not. You know what I mean?
I have a question.
Yep. So you're moving a procedural motion this lay on the table, Councillor Watson? Pending further discussions with the applicant?
Eventually. I just wanted to bat it out a bit more and see if we can't get somewhere, then maybe we look at laying it on the table, that's all.
Well, that's
pretty much what I'm asking for, isn't it?
yeah, it is. Yeah, pretty much like yeah.
I asked for it to be laid on the table.
Oh.
Okay, pending further consultation with
Yes.
the applicant.
Yes, please.
Right.
In relation to the parking.
In relation to parking.
In relation to parking only.
Well,
Well, it was going to.
sorry?
I have questions that may actually
Okay. Oh, well, we haven't passed it yet.
Councillor Friend, do you have something to contribute?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple of questions to the officer. So thank you so much, Greta, for bringing this to our attention. I understand that the traffic impact report was not supplied, and they didn't obviously provide sufficient parking spaces, but it was more than that because it's also under medium density residential zone. And also a stormwater management plan was not prepared by a registered professional engineer, is that correct? So there was a number of factors why you've decided to refuse it and not just the parking. Thank you.
Councillor Watson, are you going to move your procedural motion?
No, I just want, look, it's more of a statement. I brought this up at the briefing. Some years ago, when I had a business in town here, and I was in that particular sort of area, Charles Street, I wanted to purchase land to run my business, and council didn't have anything available. And since then, there's been businesses opening everywhere around that area, and I'm just thinking we're not thinking far enough ahead for the growth of our small business, which is the largest amount of businesses in our shire. And they need premises like this to expand, to get a start. And that particular block of land was used as a business for more than 20 years without any altercations or any problems. So I'm just wondering why we can't look at it in a different way, because it has been used as a business. And back then it was sandblasting. We're talking about offices. We're not asking for anything industrial or anything like that. And I don't know who this person is by any chance, but all I'm getting is it's not going to have a lot of traffic by the sound of it. It's close to the businesses that are in those areas, and I just think we're not thinking forward enough for the growth of our businesses. That's all.
I guess in terms of trying to address those concerns, I guess there are two options. One is you can continue with your procedural motion to lay it on the table pending further discussions, or alternatively you've just espoused your view to your colleagues and you can just see how the vote goes. What's your preference?
I think I'll go with the vote if that's okay.
You go with the vote?
Yeah, we'll go with the vote.
All right, okay, so take that out. Lucy, thank you. All right. Councillor Bella, your lights on?
But unless nobody else was clearing at this point, no. Yeah, Greta, some of those elements that they haven't provided as yet, like the stormwater and the traffic report, would they be required, hypothetically, if this was to get approved today, would they be required irrespective of, there's still elements that they have to do, and if they can't satisfy those things and provide, so it's a bit like the previous one with the slope stability report, whether they provide it at the start or partway through, they ultimately still have to provide it. And would there be then issues that may come up within those elements that be it the stormwater or the traffic assessment, that you guys then, by virtue of us approving it, you still have the ability to go, well, hang on, you have to comply with this transport report or traffic report, or because it seems to be that sometimes they have all these things done at the start, and that's good, and other times we don't require them to do it. Like with the slope stability report, we didn't require them to do that, but acknowledging that they would have to do that at some point, and if it doesn't pass, it doesn't matter that they got an approval. So I'm just trying to understand why there's those issues raised as reasons to refuse, whereas it could be supported subject to a traffic study report and an overflow report, or whatever the case may be.
There we go. Through the chair, I'll start with the stormwater report. It's probably the first one to start with. They haven't provided sufficient justification with their proposal they've given us that there will be no nuisance, it's what we call nuisance to neighbouring properties or other people, and that would primarily be as a result of increased runoff in terms of the peak discharge and the time of concentration, time it takes for water to get from point A to point B. And given that this area is residential, we just need to be satisfied that there will be no impacts to neighbouring properties. That is the stormwater component. In terms of the traffic impact assessment or component, we need to be satisfied that it's not going to trigger anything further or any further upgrades to that already busy intersection that's there on Birdwood Avenue and Old Rockhampton Road. That would satisfy that test as well. Just looking at the plan before, in terms of the extra car park, it depends on where they would need to put that. Just having a look. Yeah, that they would probably have to put it in the back if they do wish to do that. It is a tight site, and we'd also want to make sure that any entry or exit to the site doesn't conflict with that intersection. So the general rule of thumb is 20 metres from the tangent point. So where the corner turns around, 20 metres from there back. That's the general rule of thumb.
So those elements are potentially able to be conditioned, it's just that the applicant hasn't as yet provided them.
No, all given any degree of confidence surrounding that. So if the applicant had come back to us and sort of said, look, I've had my certified engineer, EEQ, conceptually we can make the stormwater work, and signed off by an EEQ, that might be a different matter.
Okay.
Okay, it's all right. Yeah.
Is there any reason why they didn't come back? I mean, obviously we contacted them.
Yeah, so the in terms of the planning grounds, the scheme doesn't support an office use at this location. It doesn't meet the medium density zone code or the strategic framework, and so the applicants decided that they wouldn't progress and put further money into something that, despite providing a TIA in terms of planning grounds, it's not supported by the strategic framework.
Does that mean you think he's sort of given up?
No, well, no, that's up to them.
Well, what I'm getting is, did we go back to him and say, look, do you need to do this, this, this and this? And he just said no?
We had a conversation and they asked in terms of the use, which is the planning matters, and I've said that I wouldn't support it in terms of those. If he wants to provide the TIA, we will include it in the application for information to be provided at the table because you're making the decision, and they decided that they wouldn't provide that at this stage.
So no point fighting.
All right. Councillors, I'm going to, given we're in debate, I'm going to support the officer's recommendation on this one. I think my concerns are around the traffic issues in particular because we have a fairly strong seniors community through Birdwood Avenue, through there, and additional traffic in that area would give me cause for concern, and I concur with the officer's thinking around that. The fact that there's been no response from the proponent, I guess, is also a little bit concerning, but certainly I'm not overly concerned about the parking issue, but I am concerned about the additional traffic, so I will be supporting the officer's recommendation. Anyone speaking against? Happy to go to the vote on this one, Councillor Milo?
Yeah, I'd like to speak actually against the officer's recommendation. I respect their professional judgment, of course. However, I'd probably like to have almost provided an in-principle support of the concept subject to the elements that they haven't yet responded on. But from a planning use, I'm comfortable with it in that position, subject to the other elements that, if they were given the opportunity, if they were given the opportunity on the basis that they had planning approval, well, it'd be very interesting to see what they could come up with to satisfy those concerns. It may be that they access further up. There's a street that runs parallel to Rocky Road there, which this block, I think, borders on. Is that correct? So there's sort of almost two street frontage.
Yeah, it's a service lane.
So there's more than one road that services that block of land, and but give the developer the opportunity. So I guess I'm prepared to support it, certainly from a planning perspective. I think it's fairly consistent with the blend of the mosaic of uses that we have within that umbrella there, that range from petrol stations to motor mechanics to Blue Care to McDonald's, and I'm sure in time it'll continue to evolve. But I respect the concerns around water, traffic, but I'd like to see the developer given a chance to achieve that. So on those grounds, I'm in favour of it, subject to those other conditions being met.
All right.
Thank you.
Speaking for the officer's recommendation, Councillor Friend.
Thank you. Is there anyone speaking for or against before I speak, as I've moved it?
Okay. Happy to wrap up, all right?
Well, Mr. Mayor, I don't have a lot to say in this regard, only that I agree with you. There is a lot of elderly people in that area, and they're looked after by Rotary, Yeppoon Rotary, and they use Birdwood Avenue quite frequently. In fact, in our forward works, there is a footpath going in there to help those on motorised scooters, wheelie walkers, etc. And so not undertaking the developer not undertaking the due diligence by supplying all of that extra information and not actually wanting to supply it, then I'm fully in support of the officer's recommendation.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Friend. That wraps up debate, councillors. We'll go to the vote. Got a move of Councillor Friend, second of Councillor Mather. All in favour? Those against? Motion's carried. 11.5 is development incentive. Thank you, Greta. Incentive. I'll try that again. Development incentive policy for reconfiguring a lot. Policy update. Greg, over to you.
Thank you, councillors. It's a fairly sort of straightforward matter, I guess, in terms of an updating to the current policy for development incentives for reconfiguration of lot. So this particular incentive offers people up to 2 years to pay or on sale of the lot for a new development. We also have a couple of other development incentives, if I may just put that in there. We've got our charge area 2, which is in the Yeppoon CBD and the Emu Park CBD, which offers basically a 50% reduction on multiple dwellings. And we also had the 30% reduction on short-term accommodation units and caravan sites. In terms of this particular policy, the main change to this policy is about the method in which the charging is calculated against inflation. There was a change in the legislation and moved from the charging regime for indexation, being the consumer price index, to the producer price index. So the consumer price index is basically a basket of goods that you buy, whereas the producer price index is actually based effectively on the raw materials or the raw product before it gets turned into another product. So hence it sits in with these. The only other changes to the policy are in relation to just some administrative changes in terms of wording and communities and so forth. I'm happy to take any questions.
All right. Thank you. Any questions of Greg?
Do we have any competition in this regard in local government areas? Do we have any competition in this regard? Like, does anybody else in the area have something like this in incentives?
Oh, like your other council colleagues, you mean? Greg?
Yeah. Through the chair, yes, certainly, councillor. Lots of other councils have lots of other development incentives. Some of those development incentives are the complete wiping of infrastructure charges in some places, and others are fee reductions on application fees. There's a whole gamut of them out there. So,
I guess we just need to look around and see what fits us and what we can afford too, what we can afford to give away.
Exactly right, Councillor Mather. All right, can I get a mover and a seconder? Please move Councillor Swadling, seconded Councillor Watson. Thank you. Did you want to speak to the report, Councillor Swadling?
No, Mr. Mayor. I think Greg summed it all up in his report.
Are we happy to go to the vote, councillors, on this one? All right, so moved Councillor Swadling, seconded Councillor Watson. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. 11.6, amendments to fees and charges scheduled for 23-24. Welcome to the table, Sharon.
Fees and charges we're looking at today, in relation to the Cape Coast Memorial Garden Cemetery that we're opening in the new year. So as we reported at the briefing session, there's a few extra services that we're going to provide at the new cemetery, which includes a set-up fee with marquee and chairs, some surcharge for after hours that we weren't previously providing, so actually providing more services to the community at lengthier times, Saturday hours, and then also at the new cemetery we've got the pavilion SEP will be able to hire that and set that up for services as well. So the other fees that we've got in there are in line with the current fees and charges that we have across for burials and inurnments of ashes. So there's not really changes there, but it's just letting you see that those charges will be proposed at the new cemetery as well. So in order to start taking reservations, we're just seeking approval from the council table to adopt these fees and charges.
Second.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Can I move Councillor Eastwood, seconded Councillor Friend. Any questions of the officers? Straightforward? All right.
Mr Mayor, if I may just indulge, there's actually two parts to this fees and charges conversation. One's in relation to the Capricorn Coast Memorial Gardens, and the second is in relation to conversion applications.
Yes. So, yeah, saw that in the report, thank you. Happy to go to the vote, councillors? Moved Councillor Eastwood, seconded Councillor Friend, all in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, Sharon. 11.7 is the Emu Park Surf Lifesaving Club revetment wall. Sean, welcome to the table. And I note we've made some temporary repairs to the boat ramp, and I just wanted to extend my thanks to Michael and his team for organising that. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Councillor. So, yeah, we looked at this at the briefing session. It follows a notice of motion. The Surf Lifesaving Club have made an application for the wall, and I've noticed that they've got a version 2 of their plans for the wall now, so that's changing a little bit. There were some concerns with the club just taking this all on themselves, that council would have, you know, not much of an influence in getting the desired outcome that would suit everyone. So, yeah, the recommendations on this report just cover off on that. And they are that through them. The Emu Park Surf Lifesaving Club be advised that the current design for the revetment wall is not suitable, and that still is the case even with the revised wall that hasn't been designed by a coastal engineer. A certified design is required and should consider the natural coastal processes of stormwater management and sustainable foreshore development. Council support Emu Park Surf Lifesaving Club with the engagement of a suitably qualified designer and a contribution of up to $50,000 in the 23-24 budget. We've actually got a funding application through one of these funding grants ready to go right now for that design work, and we're in the funding application putting the total value of $100,000. So hopefully we'll get something there. That the funding for the construction of the wall be pursued following confirmation of the detailed design and the construction cost estimate. It's very hard to make plans for the construction when we haven't got a proper design, because a proper design might mean putting a footing like 3 metres underneath the sand or something like that, which could double your price. So we really need to understand the design of the wall before we start talking about costs. So yeah, they're the recommendations just to get us on the right track with this.
Thank you. I'm happy to move. Can I get a second? Councillor Eastwood, thank you.
I have a question.
Question, Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, appreciate that. Thank you, Sean. I've got a couple of questions. The first one is that the current plans, even version 2 of the plans that the Surf Lifesaving Club have, are not signed off by registered professional engineers of Queensland. Is that correct?
They're signed off by a structural engineer, they're signed off by an RPQ, but not a coastal RPQ.
I see. Okay, because I wondered about Cirrus Consulting, because they are a reputable engineering firm, but what you're saying is they're not coastal.
They use an RPQ in Brisbane.
Yes.
And he's not coastal.
He's not coastal. My second question, last question, is on page 250. It talks about state assessment and referral agency, and it talks about that there are general conditions that they refer to but it doesn't give us the conditions. What are the conditions that Sarah has referred to?
Got a copy here. So they refer back to the application, so they say the construction of the wall must be undertaken generally in accordance with Plan A and Plan B, Detail A and Detail B. For the retaining wall works, only clean materials which are free from prescribed water contaminants should be used. The development must not release any sediment into the tidal waters. As constructive drawings are to be submitted, and any works that cause the disturbance or oxidation of acid sulphate soils must be treated, and proper certification for the treatment of acid sulphate soils. Those sorts of general conditions that you have when working on the coast.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Councillor?
Yeah, the question I've got really, and in some ways I'm perhaps seeking an amendment to point number 1, Emu Park Surflife Saving Club be advised that the current design for the revetment wall is not suitable. I guess the concern I've got is ultimately the way we've got here. And I would be curious whether the council would perhaps adjust that wording in a way that we acknowledge their design, thank them for their contribution, and we now word it in a way that we will now pick up from that design, and we will reassess the design, because to me the wording is, and I appreciate Sean, you guys picking this up, but to me the wording doesn't capture the effort that's gone on. It almost, it sort of criticises the club in a way for saying their design's not suitable. The only reason they were doing it is because they felt like they were out on a limb and needing to design a wall that they don't even own. And so I acknowledging that if it's possible to slightly amend that wording to acknowledge their design, but ultimately council will pick up the project from here, and that's kind of what.
So we can say that while we acknowledge that the general layout is satisfactory, we need to work with you to make sure that...
Yeah, council will take a lead from here on in and design an appropriate structure and something to that effect. I guess that's just my observation to the table. If that was at all... I don't know, the last one I didn't do too well. But Mr Chair, that's just my observation, whether there's a willingness to amend it to reflect something in that capacity.
We can perhaps say something like Emu Park Surf Life Saving Club be thanked for the current design provided, and that
for the substantial amount of work that's been invested.
design provided, and be advised that although it has not been certified by a RPEQ coastal engineer, council will work with them to facilitate the appropriate outcome.
Something like that.
Quick question to Sean. Do you have any idea what the total cost of this project that you have in mind would be? We're looking at 50,000.
that's just for the design.
Yeah, the design we're expecting to be between 50 and 100,000. So we're preparing a funding grant application for 100,000.
Yeah, that was my next question. Is it eligible for grant funding?
Yeah,
That's only for design, not construction?
Just for the design at this stage, and that was through the ARRA or something, I can't remember.
WDA, whatever that, yeah. And just a further question, if I could, Mr Chair. Would that design work go beyond just the wall and pick up the boat ramp that they believe, or many people believe is actually in the wrong location, facing the wrong way, and probably needs to be realigned? Would that pick up that as well within that design scope?
Yeah, that ramp would have to be incorporated into the design of the wall,
Yeah, great, okay.
Right, so that wording has been amended in point 1, councillors.
Yeah, the Queensland Resilience and Risk Reduction Fund, that's the fund we're making the application through.
And it's not available till June or something, is it? or awarded until
Yeah,
June.
I think you're right, it opens again in June.
So Emu Park Surf Lifesaving Club be thanked for the current design provided and be advised that although it has not been certified by an RPEQ coastal engineer, Council will work with the club to achieve an appropriate certified design that considers natural coastal processes, stormwater management and sustainable foreshore development. Yep. Councillor Mather, your light's on.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
That's all right. I thought you might have a question. All right. Any further questions or comments around this? We're happy to go to the vote on this, councillors.
The only one, Mr Chair, that may be outstanding was the road reserve adjacent to the club, which is in the report. It's identified in the report, but it's not really reflected in here at all. And I think the only reference in the report is that it's not needed to change the tenure of that because they can use it as a current overflow for parking, if I've read that correctly. However, the issue with that is that in its current state, it's rather underwhelming, and it's got drainage issues. And if it's just left the way it is, and potentially not captured in, or we resolve one way or the other whether we do support their desire to expand their footprint, which would still be publicly open. It's not just for the Lifesaving Club, but if there's not some willingness to address the contours of that land to be able to improve the drainage at the same time, well then it'll just remain the way it is at the moment, which is fairly up and down, bumpy, it erodes. And I guess at this point, this doesn't really address that at all, other than just in the report to say that we don't think we'll do much more.
Yeah, I understand that they were going to come in for a deputation, but they couldn't. They wanted to put that off until early next year. So I believe that is going to be the subject of that deputation, that lease area.
That was my understanding too. All right, so we've got a mover and councillor, on myself, I beg your pardon. Seconded councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. 11.8 is a policy.
I'll move that, Mr Mayor.
Pardon me?
I'll move 11.8.
Rightio. Seconded. So 11.8 moved councillor Friend, seconded councillor Eastwood. Welcome back to the table, Sharon.
So I'm just bringing this report back in regard to the management of vegetation on council controlled land. So as I mentioned previously, the report is revising the policy. We're proposing to just expand on the existing report, put a bit more detail in there about how we manage and maintain the trees across our shire and in our council controlled land. And so implementing inspection programs, maintenance programs and appropriate planting. So we're putting localised species in, and we're going to be promoting more healthy trees and less issues across the shire. So if there's any questions.
Mr Chairman, yes, I just looked up. Thank you. I do have a question. On page 264 at the top, the previous policy was in relation to the biosecurity plan 2019-2024, and now these are under all local laws. So will this policy have to be renewed again once the local laws are adopted afresh in 2024? The local laws are have come back from state checks, state interest checks, and they are going to be then sent out to the public consultation and then come back to the table for adoption, the new local laws. So will this policy have to be updated again?
I would have to take that on notice and check on that. Depends, I guess, if there's any effect that has any effect on this actual policy. Yeah, if there is, I would believe we would have to do a review and make those adjustments.
Thank you. Yeah.
Mr Chairman, if I could, the local laws will be superior to council adopted policies because they've been through that state process and they are superior in the hierarchy of law and policy. So to the extent that there is any inconsistency, the local law will prevail, and if we detect that inconsistency, then we will have to bring policy back to you to have that inconsistency amended.
Thank you.
Is there any further questions, councillors? If not, I'll hand back to the Mayor.
Have I just been given a poison chalice or something?
Andrew's just about to speak, Mr Chair.
Unless other people need to speak first. We haven't spoke for.
Okay.
With the significant tree register, we don't actually have one right now, do we?
We don't have one right now. So we have a program where we do inspections on certain trees that are heritage listed, and we'll be further embedding that into our system so that we have
I just know that at Kinker, in front of my parents' house, there was a tree there that was listed many years ago, but it's no longer listed.
Yeah.
Because I've done the searches and everything else. And I know at the same time we've got a fella up in Cooey Bay who's living where the arches used to be, where the graves are, and he's got a problem with a tree where it's growing down a well, which is a significant well because of it's the arches thing, and there's nothing there to protect it. And I'm just trying to work out if there's any way to look after that.
May I say something through the chair, if that's okay? The new local laws that are going to come back to the table eventually after public consultation do actually address significant trees, or it's actually significant vegetation, including trees. So, just thought I'd mention that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Through our
Council.
inspections, we will pick up on certain trees that will flag our register.
Any other questions of the officer? Councillor?
Just one notation, Mr. Chairman. In the past, some years ago, we looked at significant vegetation. I think we need to handle this very, very carefully, because when we think that something really needs to be preserved, we could have a real backlash with the public, because if they've got some other ideas, or certainly if it's in private land, they can make it very difficult.
This policy doesn't cover anything on private land, so that's an exclusion. So it's
But they
only
still
on
have
council-controlled land.
they still have some adoption rights in their mind that they need to have a say. So we've just got to be very sensitive about it, that's all.
Right, any other questions? Councillor Friend, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Mr Mayor, I think trees are very significant, and they're a topical conversation amongst many residents here in Livingstone. The protection, management and maintenance of our trees has been thoroughly taken into consideration in this reviewed policy. I particularly am encouraged by the objectives outlined within this policy, such as maintain a significant tree register that will also support habitats, also taking into consideration the requirements for public tree protection and their long-term viability. I enjoyed reading about the investigation of tree vandalism, increase and use of Indigenous trees to our area, and also prioritising public tree inspections and maintenance. So this is just a small excerpt from the report, from the policy, and all is very positive for me. So I'm really pleased with the wording of this policy. Thank you, Sharon.
Thank you. Councillors, are there any objections to this? Anyone speaking against? All right. You happy to go to the vote on this?
I'd just like to have a couple of quick words, Mr Mayor.
All right.
Yes, look, endorsing Councillor Friend's comments. Trees and greenery in our Shire are just so important, not only for natural shade and oxidisation, but just make the place look so much better and feel so much cooler. And these policies are just so important to renew, revise, and to make sure they're totally up to date. And I thank the officers for doing that.
Thank you. Okay, got a mover in Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Sharon. Pardon me? We'll have a quick 5-minute break. Procedural motion. All in favour? Thank you. Where?
You want to get out.
from the Council to the CEO in relation to heavy vehicle legislation. And that recommendation is that in accordance with Section 257 of the Local Government Act 2009, Council resolves to delegate to the Chief Executive Officer the exercise of powers from the Heavy Vehicle National Law Queensland and the Heavy Vehicle Mass Dimension and Loading National Regulation as found within Attachment 1. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Move Councillor Swadling, second Councillor Eastwood. Thank you. Any questions of the officer?
Can I ask a question? What was it before this then?
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. This is actually a tidy-up. Officers have been assessing applications on behalf of Council and providing conditional comments back to the National Heavy Vehicle Regulator. Just through a delegation review, we've found that we haven't had that delegation to the CEO and then through to the officers, so that's an oversight that's been corrected today, hopefully.
Michael, who did it before, through you, Mr Mayor, who did it before the council was doing it? Whose responsibility was it? Is it TMR? What sort of vehicles are we talking about? Yeah, well, heavy vehicles.
There's quite a range of vehicles, thank you, Councillor. There's mass, dimensions and load limit vehicles, so anything from a mobile crane through to a extra long semi-trailer or B-double. We're the road manager under the Local Government Act, so the National Heavy Vehicle Regulator provides the application details through to the councils around Australia, and then it's up to us to assess those. So our design services team have been assessing them in the past, so they look at things with around swept paths and load limits over bridges and the general condition of our roads and whether they're able to take the load structurally and traffic volumes and times a day and that sort of thing.
Is it, to continue, is it more efficient for us to do it knowing our roads, or is it something that TMR should be doing?
No, it is up to us to provide conditions for our road network. So TMR provide conditions for their road network. We condition our road network. So this is just to allow us to have a review and provide conditions basically to protect our assets. The second part of this, which is not in here, is around compliance, so that if somebody does drive an oversized vehicle on a road without a permit, what happens then? And that sits with the Department of Transport and also the police under the Act to prosecute vehicle owners for driving without the correct permits. But that's not something that that any council in Queensland has delegation to pursue.
So, say for instance, and this is where I've had a lot of problems, because trucks that be doubles, triples, coming through the likes of Kiltandra back onto the highway or to Studley, and we can't even find out who they are, but they don't help us with our roads. So how do we deal with those people?
As I mentioned, under the regulation, we don't have delegation, and what I would recommend to the residents is if they see anyone driving oversized vehicles on their roads, then they should don't attempt to approach the driver, but just take the registration details and maybe a photo and then send it off to either the police or Department of Transport and Main Roads, and they will pursue it. They've got the delegation to investigate and then prosecute.
Yeah, Main Roads have already told us it's our responsibility on our roads. And by the time the trucks come up and go past, there's so much dust you can't even see them, let alone get a rego, or a picture for that matter. It's been a really hard one.
As part of investigating this matter, our officers spoke to the National Heavy Vehicle Regulator and asked those questions around delegations for prosecution, and the regulator said to our policy officer that Livingstone Shire Council is not delegated under the Act as a prosecutor, and there are no councils in Queensland with those powers. We can ask to be, but I'd prefer if we didn't, and we pass those through to the Police and the Department of Transport, who have scalies and transport officers who drive around and can measure the length and dimensions of the vehicles, and they have scales that they can check mass and so on. It's not something that we've ever done.
That's on the highway though. I've never seen them do it on our local roads. Yeah. Yeah. And if we can't prosecute, and we don't really wish to, and let's just say we can identify either a door with a name on it or a registration or something, and what do we do with it if we can't prosecute? What do we do with it? Pass it over to the police? Is that what the idea is? Okay.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? All right, fairly straightforward. Happy to go to the vote on this one. Moved Councillor Swaddling, seconded Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Michael. 11.10 is the monthly financial report. That was a Freudian slip. For the period ending 30th of November 2023. Welcome to the table, Madam CFO.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, the results at the end of November are showing, or continue to show, a year-to-date operating surplus. So overall operating revenue and expenditure remains within budget expectations. A couple of points to note is that sales revenue, the variance there is around timing difference for RMPC contracts. So we always invoice that work and recognise that revenue in the month after the expenditure has been incurred. Operating grants and subsidies, in part that variance is due to a timing difference, so we're receiving the grants and subsidies at a different time to when we had budgeted. However, the majority of the variance does relate to the prepayment in the prior year of the 2023-24 financial assistance grant that we had included in our budget for this year. And on a positive note, interest earnings continue to exceed the budget forecast expectations, which is consistent with how it's been tracking year to date. Total cash held remains strong at just over $112 million, and it's estimated that 36 million of that is externally restricted. So that is essentially unspent developer or infrastructure charges, as well as unallocated or contract liabilities, which is predominantly capital grants. Receivables have reduced as water consumption levies continue to be paid. There is a decrease in payables as due to the timing of the last supplier payment run actually occurred one day before end of month. Outstanding rates are at $4.2 million, with 799 out of the 18,369 rateable assessments under management. We have made efforts to update all of the arrangements to pay and the pensioner agreements to pay in line with policy, so that work has been completed. 30% of our year-to-date spend has been with businesses located within the Shire boundaries. You'd note in the summary report that the contracts and tenders team have been very busy this month in the lead up to the caretaker period. What this means is that we can't enter into large value contracts. That's contracts greater than $200,000 once we enter the caretaker period. We can still commence the process and tenders can still be evaluated, but no decisions can be made for large value contracts during the caretaker period. In the month of November, the team have managed or continue to manage 4 open tenders. There were 6 under evaluation, 3 were awarded, and there were no non-awards. Our total borrowings are down to $53.4 million. Interest is accrued monthly and repayments quarterly, which that means another repayment would have actually occurred this month. In terms of capital revenue, infrastructure charges are notably below budget with $1.7 million received. That's not something that council can control and is reliant upon developers. However, capital grants and subsidies are released on a proportionate rate to the percent of work completed. So council is still receiving grants and subsidies during the year, but we don't recognise the value of that until the work is actually completed. With our capital expenditure, on average 25% of the capital budget has been spent, and that's about $12.8 million, with a further $17.6 million in committals for capital projects that have either commenced construction or about to commence construction. Happy to take any questions the councillors might have.
Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Andrea, for that information. I do have a number of questions here, but one that you just brought up, once we enter caretaker period, we can't enter into contracts or we can't approve contracts of $200,000. So is that also greater than 1%?
Oh, so it's 1% or greater than, so the $200,000 will be the lower threshold that we have to apply.
Thank you very much. I just wanted some clarity. Page 284, I'm looking at the graph that says term deposits. November 23, we've got $15 million in the term deposit.
Mm-hmm.
Does this include the advance payment of the waste levy?
That sits actually as a contract liability, so that's part of the externally restricted cash component of the $36 million.
Okay, so it doesn't include the waste levy.
No, so the waste levy is accounted for in contract liabilities, and we also pick it up as, it's picked up as an externally restricted cash. So of the 36.14 or $4 million that's included in that. So we've identified it can only be used for those specific purposes.
Okay, so how long are these payments locked into the term deposits for?
The specifics of them, they are a number that do range of a period up to 12 months, locked in with various rates. So I think we might have 2 or 3 specific term deposits.
Sure. I'm just asking because I understand that the advance payment of the waste levy is really to create innovative solutions to enhance behavioural change within the community so that waste is reduced, reused and recycled. And would you say that that would be correct, or the estate gives it to the local governments to actually do with what they wish?
I'll have to take that as a question on notice. If you're asking a different question to what the cash that we have on hand. So I haven't been requested from the waste team to release any particular funds for specific purposes. So that's one side of it. The other side is how we manage the cash balances either with our treasurer, CBA, or with QTC, or through other term deposits.
Thank you for answering that. Okay, to page 288, I see that the Caves transfer station upgrade is 95% complete. I just wondered what the upgrades that have been completed are.
Happy to ask Michael if you'd like to answer that particular one, but it might be some fencing upgrades.
Through the Mayor, thank you for the question, Councillor Friend. From memory, there was some changes to gates and entry driveway and some of the parking areas for safety to ensure that the site functioned correctly. We're 95% complete, which I think from now we've given practical completion to the contractor, and 95% complete is probably just finalising the financials and getting the as constructed details and just putting the project on maintenance and just monitoring it over the next 6 months.
Okay, thank you. Don't go anywhere, Michael. I've got a couple more if you don't mind. Page 289, I see that Werribee Road replacement timber bridge is 44% completed, but there's no mention of the Doonside Bridge. It has been omitted. It has been there the whole time, but I could not see Doonside under the major projects.
It is an ongoing project for us. They're both tied together with the same contractor. So I'm not sure why it's been dropped from the program, but in the report. But we are continuing to work to deliver those 2 projects, and we'll be doing that after the wet season, based on insurance. That there's some issues with trying to gain insurance for the contractor through the wet season, but we've come to an agreement that they'll be doing that after the wet season.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry to interrupt. There is a line item 2 above, which is BDG Doonside Road, Canal Creek. Is that the project?
I saw that, Mr. Mayor, but I didn't think that was the bridge.
420,000. Yeah.
Bridge, is it? Okay. Oh, well, I retract that. Sorry, Michael. One last question. Page 294, Merv Anderson Park toilet block with only one tenderer. Am I correct in saying that even though they tendered $25,000 above the ideal cost to council, that within the CAP Works budget with infrastructure, we would be able to absorb this cost within the existing budget, infrastructure budget for capital works?
Thank you, Councillor Friend. So that project was to be delivered last financial year, but as you said, the costs came in, the tender came in over the budget, so we rolled it over into this financial year. My understanding is that the facilities team have awarded the contract to the builder to deliver that project, and in recent times we're just doing some final design modifications and discussion with our local access and equity group, just to make sure that some of our users find that it's to the standard and so on. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate that.
Any other questions, councillors? I'm happy to move this one. Can I get a second? Thank you, Councillor Swanling. Any other questions, councillors? Happy to go to the vote. All right, moved myself, seconded Councillor Swanling. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. 11 is the 23-24 budget review, the first one. Madam CFO.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors should be aware that we regularly review our capital and operating budgets during the year. So with Budget Review 1, the organisation undertook a comprehensive review and has included a number of material adjustments that are being presented here today. The overall outcome is that there is a decrease to the operating result and overall fiscal position. So cash flows continue to remain adequate to meet the planned operational and capital expenditure for the balance of the year. So the operating deficit being presented today is a deficit of $1.3 million, which is a decrease of $1.5 million compared to the adopted budgeted operating surplus of $169,000. The cash balance is $99.675 million, which is a decrease of just over $600,000. Total borrowings will increase slightly to just over to $59 million, and the proposed increase of about $860,000 is to align with the capital cash investment required to complete the Emu Park sewage treatment plant upgrade. The overall capital investment program is looking to sit at around $47 million, which is a decrease of just over $5 million. The movement in the capital program can be summarised as carryover from unspent budget from the previous financial year of $3.3 million. There has been identified deferrals to later financial years of $3.489 million. We're also ensuring that we maintain our projects in accordance, so maintaining the project life to date. So we are adjusting those budgets within their approved total budget. So there is an adjustment downwards of $3.3 million. And overall, there is a net budget increase after all those other adjustments of just over $644,000. The budget increases have largely been offset by the price inflation contingency that we included in the original adopted budget of $1.3 million. Capital grants and subsidies have reduced by $2.7 million, with $12.37 million expected to be recognised as capital revenue for grants and subsidies in the current financial year. In terms of overall financial sustainability, Council has low risk of solvency or liquidity issues over the long term, as Council is forecast to generate enough cash to pay its debts when they fall due, and is also generating an operational surplus. So even though we are forecasting a deficit for the current year, the balance of the long-term financial forecast is demonstrating surpluses over the remainder of the financial forecast period. There is some risk in regards to the asset renewal investment, and Council will need to ensure that it is investing in the replacement of assets. Consideration should also be given to prioritise higher risk areas of asset renewal investment over construction of new infrastructure. Appreciate there's quite a lot of information and attachments included in the report, Council, so I'm happy to take any additional questions that you might have.
Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Andrea. We've read the report, we've been briefed also on this. However, just for the sake of those watching the live streams, would you please, in layman's terms, break down the $1.37 million in deficit? We adopted a budget in our budget adoption of about $94,000 in surplus, which we understand is not a lot, but does this include $300,000 for the Emu Park sewage treatment plant, or?
Okay, so the current adopted budget has an operating surplus of $169,000, and councillors would be well aware that when we adopted that, we appreciate that it was a very lean result. The movements in the operating result has contributed to, there's a reduction of about $300,000 in fees and charges. And that's really a reallocation of revenue from fees and charges to other income to align with financial reporting. There is a reduction in the net profit from the sale of land, Gateway Business and Industrial Park and Emu Parks West development to do with the timing of it. So it's an increase overall of $234,000. The larger impact on our recurrent revenue is a reduction in operating grants and subsidies, which is largely attributable to the impact of the prepayment of the financial assistance grant, which is a reduction of $744,000, which has been offset by receipt of additional grants of $363,000. Interest earnings are a favourable impact on our operating result of an additional $250,000. In regards to expenses, the largest impact to the operating result is a movement in materials and services, and that has got a wide range of different impacts. So there's an increase in consultants and repairs and maintenance, some work required for communication and information technology, offset by a reduction in insurance. And the detail of all of that is included in comment G under the statement of operating income and expenditure. In regards to the capital adjustments, there is an additional in regards to your specific question around the Emu Park Sewage Treatment Plant upgrade, there is an additional $350,000 that's been applied, what we're presenting for adoption for council today. Does that answer all of your questions, Councillor Friend?
It does, thank you.
Okay, Councillor, can I get a move and a seconder, please? Moved Councillor Swaddling, seconded Councillor Eastwood. Thank you. Any further questions, councillors? Happy to go to the vote. Okay, moved Councillor Swaddling, seconded Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Andrea. 11.12 is the Office of the CEO Quarterly Management Report. Mr. CEO.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Happy to report the Office of the CEO Quarterly Management Report to you, as we do for one of our portfolios each meeting to you. So today includes information in the finance and governance area, the people and culture area, and the information services area. I'm accompanied by the chief officers from each of those areas. If councillors had detailed questions, I think the report's reasonably self-explanatory. There is quite a bit in there though, so if anyone would like expansion on any of those, we're happy to do so.
Thank you. Can I get a mover and a seconder first, please? Moved Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Swaddling. All right. Any questions, councillors? He might not answer, councillor. Councillor Watson.
I remember looking at the executive, the councillor requests. For instance, where it says June to August 22, there's 45 left over. Do they get laid over to the next quarter, or how does it work? Because now there's, you know what I'm getting at?
Whether or not the bottom line of that table, is that an aggregate? Is that what you're asking? Yeah. I don't believe so, Councillor Watson. I'll confirm for you, but I think that's just in relation to each quarter's data. So you'll see that I'm assuming 165 new entries logged, 125 of those were closed out. So there would be an aggregate of the remainder that are open that are not shown on that table, and that's probably something we should add to that table for you.
Because I was looking at it last night thinking, do I add them all up, or? Yeah, because I figured some of them would have been looked after.
No doubt, by the end of the November quarter, say, a proportion of the 45 remaining open would have been closed out, but that it's not clear from that table, so we should probably do that for you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? Happy to go to the vote.
I'm getting into much trouble with your receipt, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, Councillor Mather, I missed that.
I said we can't get into much trouble if we merely
Just receive it, exactly. All right, so moved Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Swaddling. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. All right. Well, that brings us to the end of the open session agenda. We'll go into confidential. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Swaddling, Councillor Mather. Thank you. All in favour? Carried unanimously.
We
15.1, councillors, is the recommendation in relation to the Gateway Business and Industry Park Stage 4. Can we get a mover and a seconder, please? Moves Councillor Swadling, second Councillor Watson. All in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you. 15.2, the Australian Department of Defence in Principle Support Request. Moved Councillor Swadling, second Councillor Mather. All in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. Right, councillors, concludes our business for today.
Thank you.
Can I take the opportunity to wish everyone a Merry Christmas?
Thanks, Lou.
Thank you for your efforts during the year. It's been a fairly solid year, guys, and there's been a lot of work done, a lot of hard work done, and I appreciate everyone's dedication to the task. And we haven't always agreed, but that's the great thing about democracy. And I think, for me personally, when people have a different view to me, it causes me to sit and think, you know, and contemplate, which is a healthy thing. Can I also pay tribute to our amazing staff and thank them for their hard work, and certainly appreciate you know, what you do for our organisation, because generally speaking on a daily basis you make us look good, so thank you guys. Yeah.